Yeah. You will enjoy it, actually.
I'm just putting up the stream now, just so you know that we're gonna be live.
It says it's live. It says it's live now.
Yeah. You will enjoy it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just putting up the stream now, just so you know that we're gonna be live.
It says it's live. It
Yep.
says it's live now.
Just to be aware that
You will enjoy it.
people can hear you now. Just putting up the stream now, just so you know that we're gonna be live. Okay.
Margot, I think we should open the room, so I'm just wondering, because on my end, I see that the slide is no longer up.
Ragnar?
Yes, Philip.
Hi. We can start, I think, and yeah.
Yeah, I just had to change the slide to a PDF so I could
okay.
became black again.
Yeah, weird, huh? Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I think PDF is better. But okay, start the webinar, and then I don't know. You know, I think it is better that I'm a host, but yeah, I'm now a host again. Okay, so I'll make Margot again a co-host. Okay. Here, full screen.
So, good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to a special edition of the World Hope Forum. This is our 1-year anniversary, so we're here at Kazerne, the home of design in Eindhoven, where it's Dutch Design Week, and we're very happy to be celebrating our 1-year birthday here. This was where Petra Janssen, our Dutch ambassador, launched the World Hope Forum last year, and we look forward to hearing from her in a little bit. This edition is a special event where we've decided to look at all of the inspiring books that are from different speakers around the world. So we look forward to sharing with you yet another dynamic and amazing program today. So to introduce that, we're going to first hear from Lidewij Edelkoort, who is today going to be like the Oprah's book club, but it's going to be Lee's book club. So she's just as amazing as Oprah, I think we all agree. So welcome to Lee, and then she'll be sharing with you a special video that we prepared.
Thank you, Philip. That's cool. Here's the new opera. Welcome, everybody. I'm very joyful to live this second version of our anniversary of our forum, which we started when we were in lockdown in Cape Town together with Philip. And after 1 year, we can already make up some minds about what is happening with our forum and how successful it has been. We've visited several countries. We have amazing ambassadors. The great thing in the COVID period was that we could travel to Japan, we could travel to Brazil, to America. So it sort of was a mental travel, which made it extra special, I think. Also, it's so beautiful to see how the different countries are reacting to the same problems and how the problems are of different magnitude, of course. And when you go back to what we wrote in the beginning, I wrote that the World Hope Forum main goal is to create a holistic global platform for the exchange and expansion of knowledge, the innovation of business practices, the resetting of industrial methods, the invention of alternative creative models, and the rethinking of places and rituals for presentations, as well as many other directions and initiatives yet to be discovered. And this is really what we are all about. We want to somehow take stock of what is happening in the world so the different currents can coexist together, exchange as well. We hope that in the next year, we will be able to be even more near to you. We would like you to become friends of the forum. We would like us to be even more dynamic. It takes time to build this, but it's already after 1 year a quite amazing result. And at each time when it's over the day, even if I've been nervous and so, I feel incredibly joyful and hopeful because the accumulation of testimonies makes that it fills your soul with hope. And talking of hope, in this book club, I'm so happy to say that that there is this new book out, the Book of Hope of Jane Goodall, and that came out at the end of this week. So that is a sort of cadeau for us, endorsing that word hope, which hopefully we become even a bigger symbol of where we want to go as a society. We made a very short video with little clips from what happened the last year, just to give you a taste, especially for those who don't know yet who we are, to see what you can take away from these amazing events. Is Ragnar putting this online?
Yes.
Okay, Ragnar, you can go.
Oh, sorry.
I just felt that, you know, being in the position we are in, doing the work of forecasting we do, already activist after anti-fashion, that I needed to have this courage and voice to do something much more bigger. So with Philip, we decided to create this World Hope Forum, which is called this way because it's in direct opposition to the World Economic Forum.
Hello, Human.
The World
It's about
Economic
inclusivity without the moral entrepreneurship. Very important, what if euros changed into smiles?
To simply somehow serve the idea and step back with your own personal opinions and wishes. The greatest lesson maybe was for us that although we create an idea or an object, these ideas are not entirely ours. The ideas, they come through us, and our role is somehow to serve them.
You know, I am a believer of the sentence, everything is personal. And I think this year has been a manifestation of how either we take things personally or they just, you know, rewind and redefine themselves and show us different ways and different paths.
So this is what we learn, to build things bottom up, to build things with the communities.
And she said, maybe you can do something better. Maybe you can design something for them that's more stronger, that's something for day and night. So I just went to my studio and I made a sample out of leftover materials. Like I picked an old tent from my house and an old sleeping bag, and I just made a jacket with a zipper at the bottom so you could attach a waterproof sleeping bag to it.
We're living in this postmodern world where we thought the Western was cool. We thought whatever we don't have was cool, but actually now it's the time to realize what we already have is the most precious thing.
People from Amazon, that they collect the fruits, they are native people, and when they collect fruits, for instance, they take care of trees and they take care of the nature. So they don't allow people to cut the trees. And this is a way of working in a very sustainable way.
I think most indigenous languages, or at least in Brazil, don't have a word for nature because they never see nature as a separate entity of themselves.
Because all of the best relationships are reciprocal. And so you need to find a way that you're going to express your gratitude for all of the amazing things that you're going to get from nature.
So an artist is not a special kind of person, but every person is a special kind of artist. And we all have to live like an artist.
Even living in São Paulo, in a big city, and with all the consumption that we have, so now I changed a lot of my life, and I realized that I can live in a simple way, and this was a possibility that they gave to me to rethink and to see and to be more in contact with the nature and to have more connection with the nature.
So sometimes I actually wonder if I found the driftwood or if it's vice versa and the wood actually found me.
I kind of shaped my design practice and laid down a few ground rules for myself to follow, which I do to this date. And it basically means that everything I work on needs to be socially and environmentally justifiable, and I do my very best to stay true to this.
We created a group of environmental activists. This was years before the pandemic. It's a group called Mama Trancoso, in which we took the coolest kids of town and make a group of 10 students that would be studying environmental activism, and we would create this way a trend inside the town to make activism the cool thing to be involved in, environmental activism.
Normally when I made something, it was put it on show, and I wanted to keep this for myself. So what is the common denominator in all of this work? Well, actually, I don't know. And it is about this. It is letting go of what something should become.
handling that material, which a lot of people are disconnected with today, gives another sensorial pleasure, which also creates that emotional relationship with the object.
And we believe a lot in the power of the colors and materiality of elements that come from the earth to bring good energy and also to connect more with people through the colors. Because
and it was at university where we started looking into materials, where there was a point where we realized that wood is essentially solid air, soil, and sunshine. And so thanks to photosynthesis, trees are essentially a kind of 3D printer, a Zen 3D printer with material and machine all in one. And this really kind of stuck with me.
There is a connection between creating music and creating perfumes.
I think creative thinking is the key to try and solve the problems. And
sometimes it's the smallest moment that you're not expecting that can take you down a journey that you never expected to go on. And that was one of the first steps in a really powerful journey of creativity, synchronicity, and activism. That
because it's really work we do as creative practitioners. Work is our life. Therefore, we weave our lifestyle through it.
So what does it mean to kind of really put love and care into a garment and into the processes of garment making?
We all have enough clothing already. So from there on, I was like, how can I visualize the obsession I see with myself and the obsession I see all around me with like this insane mentality of always wanting to have and buy the newest clothing. So from there on, I started puzzling with my own wardrobe. That was like the first trigger point of the fastest fashion, in sense of how would I start making something or creating something that really would trigger people to let them think about their own behavior, but also really reappreciate their own wardrobe, because that's for me.
So what we do here is the third life of the garments. We also have the second life, which is also interesting, but maybe we talk about that another time.
So the thing is with the mill, especially over the last 3 years, we changed our focus very much from working with fashion companies. We do a lot more education these days, and there is no normal. There really isn't. So
I was interested in finding out what could be some new system of production and creation system within the fashion industry.
So we have to understand that our generation, what we are doing now, this morning, all of us together here, we are talking, we are being the, I would say, I think we are being the illuminists. We are living in the Enlightenment period before the Renaissance.
Listen, I had this idea. Why does charity shops have to be places where stuff goes to die? It seemed to be a place where people put stuff they didn't need, but without love. How about if we turned that on its head? How about if we created these places that were about renew, that were about upcycling, but more importantly, were about communities of people coming together who would give their time as well as the stuff that they had that they didn't need anymore.
Because when you start working on a project like this, you start looking at things in a different way, and it kind of becomes like an obsession, because we can't see an old furniture or chair anymore without thinking like how we can weave in it or change it into a loom or like make it look better in some way with weaving. So
I have also been a anti-plastic pollution activist for over about 12-15 years.
What is shown abroad is only a small aspect representing our entire culture. We are not only one thing, we are many different parts of a whole.
So to sort of erase the statehood, erase these lines, and go back and celebrate this state of the country. I mean, it's
of looking at the root of breaking down hierarchies, of finding ways to come together that we can't erase difference, but acknowledge the difference and embrace it.
And I think this is like one of the first time I realized that design is, you know, of course about aesthetics and understanding material, but the other thing is like understanding people and getting people to trust you. And if you don't,
I make work exploring how my queer and Latinx identity creates a diverse American narrative in the context to the climate crisis and my own lived circumstances.
When I came to San Francisco, to California, we decided to create a powwow. And we wanted to create a powwow and make sure that it was welcoming and embracing of all people.
My work, Matter and Memory, sort of revolves around building alternative ecosystems and practices essentially driven by radical indigenism and sort of local wisdom.
You can't just look at conserving lands and see without making sure that whoever is supposed to be there is there. Because as some very wise woman said once, that landscape without wildlife is just scenery. And once we began to work in areas where there were a lot of species missing, this changed our work utterly and set us off on a course that I don't think will ever be finished, but we're going a long way to bringing back extirpated species.
The scale is so big that all meaning collapses. So the idea is that to understand the issue, you have to go past it. To understand the future, you might have to understand the past.
We see uncertainty as possibility. We embrace uncertainty for what it is, opportunity.
Having a space where you can be human is having a space where you can search together without ever finding one final answer. And as long as you can keep searching together and share that search, then actually you can be human, and then there's hope.
So that was impressive, even if it was fast, to see the variety and the concordances and all the voices and all the noses going in the same direction. This is really what we want to obtain, is that if we continue to do this, bigger groups of people will be subject to this change, and then we will get together and it becomes a force. First voice of force I want to share with you is Petra Janssen, our ambassador of the Netherlands, who made this book about her life work, which is the social labor works, and she will take you with us to discover also how they not only initiated, but how they evolve the work they're doing. Quite amazing. Petra? Yeah. It says there's a span.
Yes, thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee, for introducing me, and thank you, Lee, and Philip, to ask me for the ambassador of the Netherlands. It's really an honor for me, and I think last year, now we are living in another time, but in the COVID time, what you already said for me was it's really, really nice to see all the different countries and all the different ambassadors and to learn so many things about different countries. I will take you through a little bit through my book, because this is a book club today, and this is it's called an open book on designing labor, and the book is for everybody who is interested in design, in community, in economics. I will show you some pieces through, let's see, yep, my PowerPoint. Oh, this in the middle. Oh, yeah, I have to start from the beginning. Sorry.
Escape.
Yeah.
Escape. Which one is
Escape?
Ah.
Yeah. You can do, I think, the presentatie. on top.
Yeah,
shall I do it? Yep, from the beginning. Okay, there we go. Okay, as Lee already introduced, it's about social label works. And what is social label? Social label is a movement in the Netherlands. I started together with Simone Kramer. And in this book, we have a lot of different topics. It's about dreaming. We talk with scientists. We also do impact because the storytelling, what we do, we are trying to make measurements because it's very important for economics, but also we invite authors to say something like Jonathan Holslag, we asked, can beauty save Europe? We have on the right, on the corner, we have like Dick van Hoff, designers who work with us, but also Tom on the left corner, he made a really nice poem for us. Very important that we think that everybody is equal and we give everybody a voice. So in this book, you see a lot of different kind of methods, thinkings and thinkers. And also we try in a lifelong learning, come together and try to get new solutions for a better social world. This, what you see, this map is our movement. We have now like 14 workshops through the Netherlands and 17 designers. And you see little pictures with all the people involved. And you see that the designers, the makers of different sheltered workshops, but also the tutors and of course, the directors of the company. Because this is something that you can't do alone. You have to work together with a lot of different people. So for us, like communication is very important for this because you have to bring a lot of different people together. What is really important also is that we are trying to make a co-creative community. And so we work together with government, innovative retailers, sheltered workshop, maybe also on event festivals. We also now on the Dutch Design Week. We try to make new education. We try to work with people-oriented companies, designer, artists, and healthcare organizations. But for also very important for us is that we have to work with the consumers because we have to tell the story over and over again how important it is to buy also very social. So what are we doing? So we are designing labor on a human point of view. And this we do with, we call it design with a meaning. So here you see a few people, makers of Pamei in Rotterdam. We just visited them 2 weeks ago. And they are working on a new project with us. And very important that we have interviews with them. We ask them what they can, what they like, what they want to learn. Also very important for us are the healthcare coaches or teachers who also are busy with crafts. And they are very important for us because this is also, they learn us how to communicate with the group. When we have a group, then this is the group of woodworks from Tilburg. You see Piet Hein Eek in the middle. He's a Dutch designer where we started out in 2012 already, our first label. And this is how normally a workshop looks like in the Netherlands when you go to a healthcare organization. And what we do is just to take a look what is there, what can they learn, and what do they want. And then we make a plan with a designer. On this picture you see Kiki van Eyck, and she worked on a really nice project, and she is telling how this production line, on a very simple way, you can design her lamp. But very important is that the people are not making her lamp, but she will help them to design and give each person in this project a little piece of the project. This is very important. And then in the last stage of our project, we are going together on the stage, on the podium, because first it's the person, then it's the process, then it's the product, but in the end, together are we on the stage. This is a picture of Milano 2 years ago. This is the storytelling tableware. And then you see on the next picture that the people are really flying with their own earned money, because this is really important for the healthcare organization, but also the people who are working there, that they are included and inclusive in our society. So they are co-creator of this project. This is very important from get some pride. And then you see they also do their own recording or interviews, because we noticed, and we do this already for I think 9 years, it's very important that you design the work in front, because a lot of people who have distance of labor market can do a lot more than you think if you organize or design the path through there on the right way. Now I shall show you a little movie how a healthcare organization in the Netherlands looks like, and they are working on the social label tableware. So you see a little bit how very detailed and with a lot of love and a lot of excitement, people are really working on different projects. And I can tell you that the projects we do in the Netherlands, all the people are really like to get involved and really take time for this. So what happens is, of course, that we are going to make a social, sustainable collection and community, because this is really important, because the community is connected to the collection. And you see here some slides of our collection so far. And we work with a lot of different designers with different approaches, but also we work with a lot of different groups, groups who have maybe problems with life, burnout, or all kinds of different problems. So, and you see it a lot more nowadays, that people are really falling out. And this is really nice that we can, by making this movement, we can make this positive action and bring people more alive, and bring also this kind of products to the Dutch Design Week through Limaan, but also bring the community with them. Here are we now. We are now at in Eindhoven. So we built at the Kazerne this house. This very important for us that we want to build. We give the collection like little household wear, but we want to make a social, sustainable house, because it's all about people in life. And if we are not involving everybody around us, then it's the world is not for the better. So this is also my hope, that we are more equal and more open and more inviting people from different different areas, and I can share my knowledge. So in this Dutch Design Week, we also have, and we did in this COVID year, we did, of course, a lot. We did new tattoos, new stories on the tableware, and of course, we had a COVID year. So there are a lot of new stories and a lot of new things to see. And very important that we still are in community and in contact with the people who are making it. So this is designer Edwin Vondenberg, and he made with Reinier van Arkel and Cello Zorg, like I think like 100 new stories for them. So it was about, you see a watch in the middle with hope. It was about silence. It was about virus. It was about locked up when in the COVID time. So this is also a way for them to let them know how they feel. Very important for us is that we are a platform. So from the social label and a new movement, we want to end in new rules, because communication and changing the system is of course difficult. We need a lot of people to help us, but this is all about in our book, what we did and how we want to go for it. Also, what we do with the collection, we do in a building. It was opened to our queen. We are very honored that she came 2 years ago. And we are busy there with a gallery and a shop, but also with craft ateliers. So this is a new point of view that we are going to make. We also invite people now in our own house. And we do the craft atelier, an assembly atelier, and a storytelling atelier. But also move. This is a new one that we are starting from the last year, what we learned, and the open atelier. Last year we did a lot of podcasts and we got in touch with all our makers through the Netherlands, through like this, like Zoom and podcast. Another thing, it's really important from what we learned, because the book is a long learning book, is education. I teach at the Design Academy for 15 years, and I'm still teaching next to my design practice. And I think it's very important. And I got a lot of questions about young designers, if they could do an intern at Social Label. So I invite them at my design agency, and I will help young people to get to know how we design and how we go to work with people together. So those are 2 products on an education line. This is the education line called Schoon. It will be a beauty box from ceramics. And then Farida, she learned from Olga to make molds, to learn how she can design. She learned everything about the making process. But this is, I really like this picture, because in this picture are 2 girls from design schools and 2 girls who are working in a workshop. Nurse Semin and Valerie, and they are really proud, the makers of Social Label Fast. And this is really nice that all the young people really want to get in touch with each other, try to communicate, and I can help with that. So this is something for the future we really want to do. And now I'm coming back at this moment of the pink house. Why a pink house? And I wrote something for the Dutch Design Week, because I thought it was really important after a year that we had COVID. This is the first time that we could show everything. So the pink house, it's about democratization of beauty. It's in an intimate setting where the time stands still. The future of Social Label is in being and in surrounding ourselves with design with a meaning. With this positive activism, we are forging a growing and inclusive movement with a social, sustainable collection and program for another view on labor, learning, and participation. A positive activism, if COVID has taught us anything, it's that inclusivity isn't embedded in our daily lives. In fact, the divide between the advantage and the disadvantage has only grown bigger. With community projects, activities, and beauty, Social Label aims to capture the poetry of being. We believe the collaboration is the key to change, the society to build up upon different pillars and designed around more social and democratic and collective values for a better human existence. Everybody deserves it. Design can play this transformative role by giving work meaning and enabling disadvantaged people to participate in society. In the last few years, we have worked hard with the community and developed products for a social, sustainable home. So here we are at this kitchen table. The future of social labor lies in the democracy of beauty, in being and surrounding ourselves with design with a meaning. And I want to thank all the designers who are working with us, and I will close with a beautiful video, because from our MOVE project, and we have this really beautiful film. It's called Shell Together, but sometimes you can't really explain it in words, and sometimes people don't have the essence to tell everything they think. So we have this MOVE atelier, and yeah, take a look at Summer and dance with her teachers. I will show you.
Okay. I'm going to come on.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Petra.
You're welcome, Philip. Thank you.
As always, super inspiring to see how design can make such a difference to so many people's lives of all parts of society, including the design community. We are just waiting for our next speaker to sign on. I see that he's there. So we're going to welcome Satish in a moment. But we just need to get Lee back up. So maybe you go and grab her.
I'm going to get.
I will welcome Satish.
Yeah.
Hello, Satish. I see that you're there.
Hello. I am now here a bit early, but I just thought I'm back from my meeting, so I'm free. Your name is?
Philip. We met in Spain.
Okay. Hello, Philip. Yes. Nice to see you again.
So Lee.
So can you tell me a little bit about that? 1 o'clock I start. Is there somebody who introduced me and what happens?
Yes, she is on her way back up. So just give us 1 second and we'll be with you.
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay.
Good morning, Satish.
Good morning. Remind me your
name.
name.
You have to unmute.
Remind me your name.
My name is Lee.
Lee, nice to meet you, Lee.
Hi.
Thank you for
your book.
Yes.
Translated in the Netherlands.
Yes, I received a copy.
Yeah, okay. It's very beautiful. It's very elegant and simple, as the title is. And we are going to spend the next 45 minutes discussing the book and your work and your vision. And we want to learn from you how to achieve elegant simplicity, because everybody is craving this, but we don't know how to do. So you are our teacher this afternoon. And so the first question is, of course, what is simplicity? You say that the life of a consumer is like being in prison. So how do we get out of the prison is the question.
Yeah. So are we starting now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we are in our minds imprisoned by thinking that more stuff I have, more happy I will be. That is the kind of conditioning of the mind. And we need to decondition our mind and think that for my happiness, I need contentment, not more stuff. But I have to celebrate and feel grateful, feel a sense of gratitude for the gifts I have, rather than worrying and thinking about things I don't have. This is the freedom from this worry of having more and more and more and never contented. So the key to elegant simplicity is contentment. And it should be active contentment, not a passive contentment, but active contentment. So you are always acting, but you are acting not to gain more possessions, but to serve humanity, to write poetry, to go for a nice walk, or do some good gardening, or remain active, but active contentment, and be thankful for what you have, rather than always worry about what you don't have. That is the key.
Exactly. That makes sense. You think that one of the things to do is walking, and you are professing the idea of pilgrimage in life.
That's right.
Maybe you can talk to us about your big pilgrimage and how that is all pilgrimages of your life.
Now, walking means being in nature. When you are in nature, you see this vast cosmic presence around you. The big open sky, the sun, the air, the ocean, the forest, the land, the birds, the insects. You are in the state of ecstasy. You are in the state of amazement. When you are walking, you are in love with the amazement. Amazement, and you become married to each other. When you are sitting inside your home, confined with your four walls, you don't have that cosmic connection. You don't have that cosmic consciousness. So in order to expand your mind, in order to expand your heart, to expand your consciousness, you need to be out in nature. And by walking is very healing. It's very therapeutic. Your mind is healed, your heart is healed, your body is healed, and you are in touch with the cosmos. So if you want to experience cosmic consciousness, and you open your mind, open your heart, connect with the whole universe, and a sense of the unity of life, then you have to walk. And going in a car, even a bicycle, even in a train, or any other way you go, you are not out in the cosmos. You are still confined in your car, in your train, in your plane, wherever you are. So I think if you want to be healthy, happy, and connected, and feel connected with the world, go out and walk.
You are very. Sorry?
That's also idea of pilgrimage.
Yes. And the pilgrimage, you say walking is an exercise in simplicity, minimalism, and meditation. That's so beautiful. When I was reading your book, I was struck by the fact that almost every other phrase I could embroider and put in a frame, and it would be a motto. That's the way you write. It's like, it's sort of crazy, full of wisdom from one step to the other. So we will try to go through this together. You are very fond of trees, I understand from the book, and you talk about trees very often, and you use them as our companions and as our symbols and sort of major masters. And you speak about this big banyan tree, which is a forest. But what I liked the most, the phrase, and then you have to tell us about trees, is you said an apple tree wants to be an apple tree because he is happy to be one. That's simplicity. So can you tell us more about the trees in your life?
I mean, trees are my teachers. Trees are my mentors. I learn the quality of generosity and unconditional love from trees. And also, trees represent the kind of whole of nature, you can say. From one little seed of an apple, how small is the seed? Quarter of an inch, or even smaller. And that one seed contains the whole tree. And then you put that seed in the ground, and that seed allows itself to let go of its ego, let go of its separation, let go of its identity, and allow itself to become one with the soil. You never see that seed again. And by giving up its separation, it becomes what it is. It has a self-realization. It becomes a tree. And that is the potential of a seed. So that's what I learned, that I can let go of my ego, my separation, and I become one with the universe. And by becoming one with the universe, I become who I am, potentially. And so that is one lesson I learned. And then once it's an apple tree, you go to apple tree, it never asks you, have you got a Visa card? Have you got your wallet? Always have. Whoever you are rich, poor, educated, uneducated, black, white, man, woman, saint, sinner, human, animal, birds, wasps, bees, whoever you are, unconditional gift. Take apples as much as you want. There's no measurement. So that unconditional generosity, unconditional love, that is what I learned from the trees. So that's the apple tree is one example. You can translate that example to any tree. So it's a tree of life, tree of knowledge, tree of spirit. And a tree and I are made of the same elements. Tree is made of earth, air, fire, water, and tree is conscious. Tree is intelligent. Tree has soul. I am earth, air, fire, water, and I have intelligence, and I have a soul, and I have a spirit. So tree and I are one. We are made of same elements and same reality. So tree is a different diversity of life, manifestation. I'm a different manifestation, but we are made of the same elements. And therefore, I look at a tree as my teacher. I look at the tree as my mentor, and I learn from the tree.
Wonderful. You mentioned in unconditional love, and you also, at one other point, speak about radical love. You say that bad herbs are your friends. So this is all about coming to terms even with your worst enemies. Can you teach us how to do that? Because that's one of the most difficult things in life.
Actually, if you look at the world with an unconditioned mind or deconditioned mind, open mind, there are no enemies. All human beings are part of one humanity. All the labels we put on people, like you are a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian or an American or a Dutchman or a Belgian or a European or African or black or white, all the labels are just diversity. But beyond that diversity, there's a unity. And unity and diversity dance together. We have to celebrate this dance of unity and diversity. Without unity, there is no diversity. And without diversity, there is no unity. Diversity and unity complement each other. So if we celebrate diversity and see the diversity and unity dance together, then there is no enemy. Black people are not enemies of white. Americans are not enemies of Chinese. Chinese are not enemies of Indians. Africans are not enemies of Europeans. Muslims are not enemies or the moment we realize that diversity is the nature of evolution. In the beginning of time, at the Big Bang, there was no Hindu, Muslim, Christian, American, Japanese, Chinese, Russians. There was no, we were all gas and all water. And then came millions of years later, trees, and millions and billions of years later, some insects, and billions of years later, some animals, and billions of years later, some humans. So this is a kind of evolution. So in that evolution, we have all come from the same origin. One single origin is a Big Bang. One single origin is when humanity developed, evolved in Africa. Why? We don't see any enemies. So the moment you open your mind, and you go beyond your ego, whether it's a national ego or religious ego or racial ego or gender ego, any ego that I'm better than you, I'm separate from you, I'm more important than you, that's the ego. The moment you let go of your ego and you become one in your that's a elegant simplicity, is to see that unity of life. Then there are no enemies. And therefore you can love everybody. You can love Hindus and Muslims. It's wonderful to have many, many religions. If the whole of humanity, 7 billion people, were following only one religion, Catholic or Protestant or Muslim or Buddhist, it'd be boring. It'd be boring. And therefore it's wonderful to have many religions, many cultures, many languages, linguistic diversity, cultural diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity, truth diversity. Truths are many. There are 7 billion people on this planet Earth. There are 7 billion truths. There are 7 billion religions. The moment you embrace that diversity and beauty of diversity, then you have no enemies. You can love everybody.
So what happens now, for instance, when half of America doesn't like or even knows to listen to the other half? How can they solve their problem then?
By deconditioning their minds and thinking that all Americans are Americans. Whether you are Republicans or Democrats, you are Americans. You are black or white, you are Americans. And beyond that, Americans, you are members of humanity. Unless America accepts this truth, it will always be miserable.
Yes.
Do you want to be miserable for the rest of your life? I want happy Americans, not miserable Americans.
Exactly.
So if you want to be a happy American, then embrace all Americans as brothers and sisters, and then go beyond that and say all Chinese are my brothers and sisters, all the Russians are my brothers and sisters. The moment you realize that if you want to be miserable and you want to be unhappy forever in your life, then you make a decision and say, all right, only the Republicans are my friends and not any other. And only the Trumpian Republicans, not all Republicans, but only people who follow Trump are my friends. The moment you go narrow and narrow and narrower, you are bringing misery to your life. Do you want to be a miserable American? You have to decide yourself. Or do you want to be a happy American? If you want to be a happy American, celebrate the diversity. Long live the difference. Vive la différence. Long live the difference. Difference is the essence of evolution. Evolution creates diversity. If you deny diversity, you will be miserable. I want happy Americans and happy humanity. And in order to have a happy humanity, you have to embrace diversity and differences and celebrate them and not deny them. At the moment, Americans are creating monoculture, uniformity. Same Coca-Cola everywhere, same McDonald's everywhere, same high-rise building architecture everywhere, same blue jeans everywhere. Uniformity is not correct. Diversity is the essence of life. So if you want to be happy and you want to be elegantly simple in your life and enjoy your life, then embrace the diversity and the differences and celebrate it and not condemn it.
Since we are in America now in our discussion, let's talk about economy. You say that what we call now our economy is just a money economy, that the real economy is about land, first and foremost, labor and capital. Can you talk about these three basic forms and how do they relate?
Yes. What we consider economy is not economy. I call it money-nomy. It has become money-nomy, management of money. Economy is a very beautiful word. Economy means, is the ecos, the Greek word, ecos, means home, household. So in the philosophy of Greek philosophers and the wisdom of Greek philosophers, the entire planet is our home. Entire planet home, earth home. And the management of the entire planet is economy. So forests, rivers, mountains, oceans, animals, birds, insects, humans, or how we all live together in harmony with each other without destroying each other, without damaging each other, without denying the rights of nature as well as human rights. That is economy. And in the traditional economy, the land came at the top. The land means forests, soil, animals, all the natural world is represented the word land and the soil. And so that comes first. So if the management of the household or the earth home is properly done, then we have to look after our land. We have to look after our forest. We have to look at all the source of life, because nature is not a resource for the economy. Nature is not a resource for making money. Nature is a source of life itself. So the moment you move from nature being only a resource for making money and making profit and more consumption and more production and more kind of economic growth, then you are reducing nature to just human use. We have to move from there, and we have to say nature has intrinsic value. Nature is life itself, and humans and nature are not separate. Humans are as much nature as forests, mountains, animals, birds, and oceans. So the moment you have that understanding, that is economy. Land is at the top, and then comes humans. The second comes human, which is very good, because after we look after the land, we look after all human beings. At the moment, economy or moneynomy has turned humans also into a resource for making money.
Yes.
Humans have become instrument of making profit. Humans have become a resource for economic growth. Now, in every business, in every organization, you have human resources. It's a dreadful word, human resources. Humans are more than resource. Humans are the end goal. Money should be the resource for human well-being, not humans' resource to make money. So people, looking after people, and all business, all organizations, everybody's duty is to take care of people first and profit second, economic growth second. Then that's a good economy. And then capital. The money is important. Money is good. It's a very good, useful invention. So we need capital. We need money to make life smoother. So money should be the means to look after the people and the land. At the moment, that has gone the other way around. People and nature have become the means, and making profit has become the end. I want to change that in my elegant simplicity view of life, that money should be the means, and people and nature and planet Earth should be the end. If the planet is destroyed, there's no integrity of nature. And if the people are not happy, then what's good of having more and more and more money? You can have lots of money, you can have buildings and cars and aeroplanes and everything, but human beings are not happy. What's the point of that? So humanity and nature come at the top, and the money and profit and economic growth come as a servant of the people and the planet. That's the idea of putting economy back to its true meaning and not the distorted meaning as it has become a moneynomy in the name of economic growth. It's only a money growth, not a growth in the economy, it's a growth in money.
Exactly. You say that we are trying as humans to eradicate slavery, but in the meantime, we have made nature our slave, which is so true. And then you also elaborate on farming related to nature, where you say that there is a new sort of dimension, threefold dimension, which is similar. It's like soil and soul and society coming together. Yeah. Farming in the Netherlands, where we are today, is very important, and we will discuss more of it this afternoon, the new farming. So can you tell about this new idea of Trinity?
Yes. You know, all the great movements express their vision and their values in 3 words. Like French Revolution was égalité, liberté, fraternité. Like the Christian tradition, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So many, many movements, you can go, many examples. Truth, goodness, and beauty is the Greek philosophy and Trinity. So we are in the age of ecology. We are in the age where environment has been exploited and the nature has been put down. And therefore we are facing climate change, global warming, biodiversity diminishing, oceans are polluted with plastic, our animals are in factory farms. All those problems we are facing today. So we need a new Trinity, which is more holistic. So there are 3 kinds of environment: the natural environment out there, the spiritual environment within my life, and then the human environment of human community. So we need to bring these 3 together in a holistic perspective. Égalité, liberté, fraternité is a very political and social trinity. It does not address or include our relationship with the natural world. And it has no spiritual dimension. There's no soul, there's no spirit, there's no consciousness in equality, liberty, fraternity. So I want a new revolutionary trinity for our time. And that trinity is soil, which includes the whole of environment, like land, soil, because everything comes from the soil. Our body is made of soil. Our trees are made of soil. Our houses are made of soil. Our clothes are made of soil. Soil is in everything. And therefore, I put soil, nature, environment, ecology, planet Earth at the top priority in my trinity. And then people have forgotten also soul, the spirit, love, compassion, kindness, generosity, sense of service, all those sense of beauty, sense of goodness, sense of truth, all these things are forgotten. So soul qualities are as important as the material measured qualities. Even, I mean, scientific thinking has told us that only thing what matters is what you can measure. What you cannot measure does not exist. I want to change that. I want to say, you cannot measure soul. You cannot measure friendship. You cannot measure love, but they exist. Family, friendship, love, kindness, compassion, these are the soul qualities. Unless we cultivate soul qualities, we will not be happy. So I want to put soul as a bridge between society and nature. And then, of course, society, as I said in the beginning, we have to see as a one humanity, and we have to rise above our petty, narrow national interest and petty, narrow religious differences and interests, and embrace the whole of humanity. So this is the new trinity for our time, new trinity for the age of ecology, the new trinity when we can address the problem of climate change and the problem of biodiversity and the problem of our environmental crisis that we face today. World leaders are going to meet in Glasgow next week, next weekend. And so they are going to discuss the problem of climate change. But I say to them that in order to address climate change, you have to address and embrace this new trinity of soil, soul, and society, which means nature, spirit, and humanity. If we can have these three together, and the natural environment, the spiritual environment, and the human environment together, then we can address the problem of climate change. This is why I have put this trinity in my Elegant Simplicity book.
Yes, very, very powerful. You also say in that same direction that the world has to go, that we have to go, that all of us have to go from ego to eco. Yeah. Which is maybe happening, but it's happening very slowly. And we don't know how to give ourselves over to this. And maybe you can give us some direction.
So ego represents separation and eco represents relationship. The word eco comes from ekos in Greek language, which means home. And so first and foremost, our home is our family. So we have to connect with our family, our parents, our husbands, wives, children, friends, colleagues, guests, whoever is close to you. That is our ecos. That is our home. Then we have to expand a bit further and say we are related and we are connected and we are interdependent to many, many more things. We are interdependent with other human beings, other countries, other species. So that's a deep ecology. It's a kind of deep ecological perspective where you say that I am connected with all living beings. That's the eco. Ego is I'm separate. I'm an individual. My interest, my car, my house, my prestige, my power, my control, my recognition, me. That's the ego. Then you say, you move a little bit further, say my home, my family, my country. That's also collective ego. So rather than me, we move to we, our culture, our country, our nation, our religion, our planet, our humanity, all our. We are together. We are all interrelated, interconnected, interdependent human beings. And therefore, moving from separation is moving from ego to relationship is to eco. So from separation to relationship is moving from ego to eco. That's the meaning of ego to eco. And at the moment, our world is completely taken over by ego. National ego, religious ego, personal ego, business ego, very egotistical society. And our education promotes the egotistical worldview. Our education is given to people to think that I'm going to succeed. My success, my prestige, my power, my control. How can I get ahead? Me, me, me. That's our education. All universities and colleges and schools promote the egotistical separational worldview. And that is the biggest problem we have today. So I think unless we move from ego to eco, there are no solutions to climate change, social justice, and many, many other problems that we face today. And so this is a key to elegant simplicity. Simplicity of your mind, simplicity of your thinking, simplicity of your being straightforward and being related to each other, and that practicing that graciousness, that gratitude, and that connectedness. That is what I call eco rather than ego, separation.
Yes, I would like to dedicate this discussion to your mother.
Yes.
Because we spoke about family, and your relationship with your mother has been amazing, beautiful. You say that you were so lucky. Then you do something she really doesn't agree, and then she doesn't want to see you. And then in the end, she gives you the hug, which is the most beautiful hug you ever had in your life. So
yeah.
What is this mother? Because you say also that she lived like a forest, a chaotic impression with an innate order. So you use her also as a metaphor of the art of improvisation.
Yeah.
Is it so? Did I understand that well?
Yes, yes. Well, thank you for asking me about my mother, because I was very fortunate to have the kind of mother I had. She was wise, she was generous, she was kind, she was a singer, she was a storyteller, she was a gardener, she was a self-sufficient woman in many, many ways, but very strongly religious. So sometimes being very strongly religious can narrow your mind. And this is what, in a way, it was blessing, because she was religious. She allowed me to leave home and become a Jain monk at the age 9.
Yeah, you were.
If she was not strong religious, she will not allow me to leave home and become a monk. So she was religious, and therefore her strong religious, if you are going to become a monk, that is a very good thing, because you are following a religious path. So that was a blessing. But then when I grew up and I wanted to leave the monastic order, that hurt her. But I had to, like a bird has to fly the nest, I had to do what I wanted to do. I had to find my own way. Even though I loved my mother, I respected my mother, I celebrated my mother and her wisdom and her teachings, but at the same time, I had to find my own way. I cannot always be in the nest of my mother. And so I had to fly and to follow my way. So I left the monkhood, and that was very hurtful to my mother. And then I also had to follow the way of the world and be active. Because at that time, when I was in my 20s, at the height of Cold War, America and the Soviet Union at a loggerhead, arms race, who has more nuclear weapons? I felt so shocked to see that Cold War and the arms race that I decided to walk from India to America via Moscow and Paris and London. And my mother said, and I wanted to walk without money, like a monk. I was a monk, so I knew how to walk without money, how to live without money. But my mother was too worried. She said, but you are going through Muslim countries, Christian countries, communist countries, capitalist countries. How are you going to survive? Why don't you just go by plane or go by car or by train or do something more sensible? And I was not being very sensible. So we had a very difficult time in that way. But finally, And also she was very angry that I left the monkhood. So finally, when I came back after my 2.5 years of pilgrimage for peace, and I was successful in doing that without a penny in my pocket. And I came back, she realized that although I was being a bit foolish and foolhardy and a bit too much kind of determined to do my way, what I did was amazing. And I did work for peace in the world and peace in your heart and peace with people. This kind of peace work, she was very inspired. And she came all the way to see me and forgive me and embrace me and say, my son, I'm sorry that I wanted to stop you from doing what you were doing, but you have done well and you have my blessing. So that kind of forgiveness coming from my mother and I forgiving in return for my mother being hard was such a wonderful experience of happiness and joy and blessing that I cannot tell you how happy I was. I was full of happy tears in my eyes that my mother came about 400-500 miles of journey on her own in her old age to give me that love and forgiveness. So I'm ever so grateful. And so having that reconciliation with my mother was so joyful that when she passed away, I felt happy that she passed away without any quarrel between us. And we were good friends in the end. And she had a good life in the end.
Fantastic. You, when you were a child monk, you had every evening to say a mantra, which more or less says, I forgive all living creatures on earth. I ask forgiveness to all living creatures. I make friendship with all living creatures. I have no enemies. You had to do that every evening, and once a year you would do fasting also to encourage forgiveness. It's very hard for human beings to forgive and to forget. What is the tools you use to do that in your life?
I do the same mantra, same chanting even today. Right. I think it's a kind of being mindful of the state of your mind, being aware of the state of your mind. If your mind is full of anger, anxiety, fear, and mistrust of other people, then you are not able to forgive. So you have to remind yourself that I can be free of the burden of fear and the anger and anxiety and mistrust. And I can trust the world. I can trust the humanity. I can trust nature. I was born without any PhD after my name. I was born without any skills. And universe put the milk in the breast of my mother. Universe will look after me. Universe has given me my body. Universe has given me the air and the water and the sunshine that I enjoy. So all the gifts of nature are holding me together. So if universe can be so kind and compassionate, why am I worried? Why am I anxious? Why am I angry? Why am I fearful? Why am I mistrustful? If that kind of consciousness I can cultivate every day in my mind and say, I forgive all beings, and all beings I beg their forgiveness, and I have no enemies. All human beings are my friends, whoever they are. And loving even those with whom you disagree is the true love. Because it's easy to love somebody you like, easy to love somebody you agree with, easy to love somebody who is nice to you. But if somebody is not nice to you, somebody is disagreeing with you, somebody is being a little bit difficult with you, and that is the time when you have to really show that you can love. That's a real test. That's a real opportunity to show your true love. And therefore, I practice that meditation every day. And I say, I have no enemies. And I will reduce if there is any trace of fear, anxiety, anger in my heart. I make a decision consciously. I'm not going to be angry. Whatever happens to the world, I'm not going to speak bad words from my mouth. Why should I foul my mouth with any negative or bad words? Or I will not going to corrupt or contaminate my mind with fear and anxiety and anger and negative thoughts and criticism of other people. So if I keep my mind unpolluted and uncluttered and uncomplicated, and I keep my mouth uncluttered, uncomplicated, and not allow negative words and negative thoughts to come to my mouth and mind, then I can forgive everybody. So that is a practice. Every day you have to practice. Like when you are a painter, you practice every day painting. If you're a musician, you practice every day playing music. If you are a writer, you practice writing every day. The more you practice your spiritual values, your love and your forgiveness, more you can be easy with it. So anybody listening to this interview, if you want to be free of anger, fear, anxiety, and mistrust, then practice love, unconditional love, and think, meditate on those words, then you will be able to practice yourself.
Making is for you a very important word. You say that our hands are the instrument of change, and you quote William Morris in the arts and crafts movement to sort of take us to another world where we are no longer just consumed, but we are actively engaged in the process. And we are here in Eindhoven in the Design Week, and we have seen many projects where actually the public is now involved in the making. And that seems to be a very growing movement in the world. Can you tell us about that, how you feel about that?
Absolutely, yeah. First of all, we humans are not just consumers. We are makers. We are artists. We are poets. The word poet means maker, poesis. So the modern industrial society has turned humans into just consumers. I want to see that transformation from being a consumer to being a maker, being an artist, being an artisan, being a poet. And when you are making something, it has many meanings and many purposes and many reasons. When you are making something, you are not only making for use, like making a pot to make a usefulness, or make a chair so you can sit in it, or you build a house to live in it. That is necessary. Usefulness is good. But by making, you are cultivating your imagination. You are cultivating your creativity. You are cultivating your poetry. You are cultivating your art. So by making something, you are fulfilling your human qualities and human consciousness. The moment we are deprived of making and everything is made by machine and you have nothing to do with your hand, you don't make anything, you just use your hands on a keyboard or your computer to send emails or surface Google, that is not enough. Our hands are a magical gift to us. We can make something beautiful, transform ordinary clay into beautiful pots, transform ordinary piece of wood into beautiful furniture or sculpture or a house. So we are transformers, we are makers, and we humanity are being deprived by this mechanized, industrialized, mass-produced society where we are being turned into useless humans. This is why I would say William Morris, arts and crafts movement, or Mahatma Gandhi, the handicraft movement, or many other great thinkers. And my mother was the same. Always have beauty in your mind, beauty in your consciousness, beauty in your heart. And beauty cannot be produced by machine. Beauty has to come out of imagination and creativity and human hands. And therefore beauty and usefulness, something, whatever you make should be beautiful and also useful and should be durable. It should last for years and years and years. I'm sitting on this desk, which is made 100 years ago, and it's still useful. My wife's parents had this desk, and then I have this desk, and my children can inherit this desk from me. So that's the kind of durability, sustainability that is inbuilt in the arts and crafts movement. And therefore, beautiful, useful, durable. These are the three words, what I call the BUD principle, B-U-D. Always when you have something, always think, is it bud? Have you got bud principle in it? Is it beautiful? Is it useful? Is it durable? If you have something like William Morris said, have nothing which is not beautiful and not useful, and I say not durable, then you can have a sustainable and good society. So that is the idea of arts and crafts. I want to see a society of artists, and every work should be work of art. An artist is not a special kind of person, but every person is a special kind of artist. We are all artists, but now artists have become a small elite, and they have their work in the museums or in the art galleries, and life is deprived of art. I want to change that through my Elegant Simplicity book. I want to say that art should be part of life every day, in the kitchen, in the living room, in the house, in our clothes, in our shoes, in our speech, everything should be full of art. So artist is not a special kind of person, but every person is a special kind of artist. That is the motto I have given in my book.
Well, for now, I think our hearts are full of you. Thank you so much for all this, amazing directions you give to the world in your two books, the Dutch translation in your English book. I urge everybody to buy these books, because every day you can take another phrase and meditate on it for a while. I haven't gone into many aspects of your life, teaching and so on. We will do that another time, I hope, when we do a special teaching seminar. But I was delighted and humbled by meeting you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for interviewing me and asking such good questions. And I hope that I have said something which is useful to your listeners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I can leave now?
Yes,
thank you
so much, Satish.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So we are, of course, I think, recovering from such inspiring words. And I know that the whole afternoon or morning, if you're in the United States, is a well of inspiration. But our next speaker is going to give us an amazing amount of knowledge based on natural color, but it's also a visual feast for the eyes, because this is the book. It's called True Colors. This is the second edition, which is out at the moment, and it's by Keith Recker, who is our next speaker. And Keith will be joining us from his home in the United States, where he's writing and consulting on color, including a new book that he's preparing also on color. But before we get to that, I'd like to welcome Keith. Are you there? Let's see, yes. Good morning.
How are you all?
We're good.
So nice to see you.
We have the girls over here. I see you're wearing indigo to go with your indigo cover.
Oh, it's a cold and rainy day here in Western Pennsylvania, so this is necessary.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for taking our viewers through your amazing book. And it's always a pleasure to listen to you. It's like a masterclass in color each time. So I'm looking forward to it, because I'm constantly learning from you. So take it away.
The feeling is mutual. And thank you so much for having Satish this morning. That was incredibly inspiring. Let me share my screen. Let's see if I can do this properly. There it is. And let me go to full page. There we are. Is it? Yes, there we are. So yeah, I wanted to share a little bit about my journey toward True Colors with everyone. Thank you all for listening.
Sorry, Keith, before you start, I just wanted to interrupt. Is it possible to make it full screen even more?
No, that's as much as I can do.
Okay, maybe on the right, on the right of your screen, maybe get rid of that sidebar by pressing the arrow.
Yeah, I can try that.
That will make it even bigger.
Oh dear, that's not doing it, is it? How's that? Is that better?
Maybe try stop sharing the screen, then reshare. It might work better.
Okay. Sorry, everyone.
Sorry, it's just that it's so beautiful. I don't want any Apple graphics to interfere.
Is that better?
Now it's full screen. Yeah, it's just, yeah, perfect. Thank you. So sorry.
Well, no, that's okay. Sorry about that. I'm not a technical adept, that's for sure. So yeah, I wanted to start by sharing a quote that a friend of mine directed me to almost 30 years ago at the beginning of my journey towards involvement, support of, understanding of the work of artisans around the world. And it's a quote from Octavio Paz from his essays called Convergences. And it says, "Made by hand, the craft object bears the fingerprints, real or imagined, of the person who fashioned it. These fingerprints are not the equivalent of the artist's signature, for they are not a name, nor are they a mark or a brand. They're a sign. They're the almost invisible scar commemorating our original brotherhood and sisterhood." And every time I think about that, I am incredibly moved and incredibly encouraged to keep on going with this journey towards understanding more and more about the artisan world. For me, contemplating all of this is a way towards a kind of intimacy, if you will, a kind of relationship with everyone. And it doesn't substitute, of course, face-to-face contact, conversation, but it is a way of coming to know people. It is a way of coming to know other thoughts, other ways of thinking, other ways of seeing. And that really animated my journey into this book, True Colors. Also, before we start sharing the visuals, I wanted to note that one of the things that came into focus as I was working on this book was the necessity to look at craft from more than just a pleasure point of view, from more than just a consumer point of view, that it was really necessary to go beyond this role of consumer that we've all been taught to be, right? Mostly, we're just taught to buy, to consume. We're not taught much to understand. And in trying to look a little deeper, I started to see color and artisanry through 4 windows. One through a window of sustainability, that we're constantly responsible for coaxing from the earth color and everything that we need, and that we need to do that in a balanced and responsible way. Cultural preservation, which is sort of a Western idea, but I think if we see it in the right context, it's really about not losing the best and the most poetic from the past, and not losing the best and most poetic in the wake of consumerism, right? Things that sell are not the only things that we really and truly need. I also think it's super valuable to think about a lens of women's autonomy, that by embracing and understanding craft and artisanry, we're often giving women a chance to run their households properly, to establish greater autonomy and independence, super positive outcomes, and personal expression. Right? So this is a layer that's built on top of culture that has to do with what we contribute, each of us, to the greater culture, and taking responsibility for that and helping others along with that as well. So let's dive a bit into the book. Well, actually, here we have a slide that isn't in the book, but I just wanted to mention this too. This is a diagram which pairs the genetic work from a geneticist named Luigi Luca Cavalli Sforza and the linguistic work of a man named Merritt Rulin. And the reason I find this so fascinating is how beautifully paired the idea of culture and family really are. And I also find it a beautiful reminder that in fact, it's a family tree, that we all branch off from the same tree, that we have a fundamental relationship with everyone else on the planet. And for me, color is a way of stepping into that beautiful continuum, that beautiful unification of our sense of who we are and who our neighbors are. So let's start sharing some visuals from the book. We have here a shot from an ochre mine, a red ochre mine on the island of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf. And I love this because there's plenty of evidence that this is plenty ancient. And it also is pretty near the spot of the biblical Eden, where the biblical Eden was said to be. And it links to our earliest sense of ourselves if we think back to Genesis and how Adam, the first person, was created out of the dust of the ground and the breath of the divine. And here we are, right? Created from the ground with some kind of divine breath that we have to keep going and be responsible for. And Heidi Gustafson is an artist who helped open some of these doors about red, the most ancient color, the most ancient color of fascination for humans. There's evidence that many hundreds of thousands of years old that red ochre was an object of fascination to humans and pre-humans. We don't always know what red ochre was being used for, but there's evidence that refined red ochre was with us from the very early days. Heidi has made a study of going everywhere she can to collect the various pigments of Earth, both as a document of place, but also as a document of this ancient fascination. And in her own work, she talks about how bringing together red ochres from all around the world helps them stand together in council in her studio, speaking to each other and reunifying all the different geographies and geologies and cultures of the world. And I love that thought. Here's a fellow named Fatilo Kenjayev. I got to know Fatilo on my first trip to Uzbekistan in 1999. Fatilo was by trade and by family a furrier and a teacher, but with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Uzbek economy, Fatilo decided to become a natural dye expert. And through that, he revived some very ancient aspects of culture, Silk Road culture. He lives in Bukhara, which is a city on the Silk Road. Evidence that Bukhara is as old as 2,000 years old. And one of the colors that he's mastered is reds from madder. This is the madder root up top. And madder has many colorants in its roots. Some of them produce purple, some of them produce red, some of them produce ochre and brown. And depending on the metal content of the dyeing vessel for Fatilo and the mordants and the modifiers that he places in the dye vat, he can coax an amazing number of warm tones from madder. But just a quick look back at madder. This is a fragment from a quiver cover that's in the collection of the Metropolitan Museum in New York from Egyptian grave goods from an Egyptian official. This was dyed with madder. It is from Mesopotamia. So it made its way as a precious object of craft all the way to Egypt to be valued so much that it was part of grave goods. So the idea of artisan, the value of artisan work is present in this object. And here are some of the colors that Fatilo coaxes from the madder root. All of these warm tones, these warm ochres and oranges and reds come from this madder root. These photographs were taken during a visit to his studio in 2006. When the issue of Hand Eye that was about Central Asian craft was produced. It was a fantastic visit. Let's move to a different red. Let's talk about the red of cochineal, which is the red of the Americas. The cochineal beetle, which you see growing on the cactus paddle, it was domesticated by the ancestors of today's Zapotecs over 2,000 years ago. The by weight, 25% of the body of these beetles is carminic acid, which is still the safest red colorant that we know. It's still used in lipsticks. It was used in cranberry juice. I'm sure it still is in certain places, incredibly safe. But it's grown on these paddles of nopal cactus. It has to be harvested one by one and then let to dry. And after drying, it can be ground on this traditional stone metate into this gorgeous beetroot red powder. And from that dye, you can make an amazing array of colors. Now, this is Juana Gutierrez Contreras. Juana can dye 200 and some natural shades using only natural substances from her home around Teotitlán del Valle, and also some indigo from a little bit further south in Oaxaca. She does all of this dyeing with a notebook that's about 8 pages long with a few strands of yarn hanging from it to remind her. It's all in her mind, and she does it so beautifully and so peacefully. And so I was able to spend about a week with the Gutierrez family, and it was one of the best experiences of my life. You can see we started to pile up. We worked together. She allowed me to work with her to make about 25 different shades of red, purple, orange, pink, and coral, all based in her use of cochineal. Sometimes over dyeing, sometimes under dyeing, sometimes changing the alkalinity or the acidity in the dye vat, sometimes just changing the metal of the dye vat. Down below is her brother Porfirio. We went up into the mountains over Teotitlan to collect Tagetes lucida, which is the Mexican mint marigold, which is a marigold relative, and that produces a yellow that's used in some of these more yellow shades. Here are Porfirio and Juana. Surrounding them are rugs that Porfirio has woven using the yarns that Juana dyes. And my favorite of these is the more sort of checkerboard pattern down at the lower right. Porfirio realized after coming back to Oaxaca from a period of time in California, and he lives in California again, but as he was contemplating his reentry to his hometown and his traditional family life, he realized that woven straw mats called petates are a simple fact of life, that most people are born on a petate. Many people are wrapped in a petate when they die. You stand on a petate in church when you're married. When you're a child and you don't have yet the right to take a seat in church, you're seated on a petate. And he thought, I need to weave myself a petate of my making to acknowledge my transition back into this culture. And that series of work is just gorgeous. These are all reds made from cochineal. Let's go to green. One of the aspects of sustainability that I really loved learning about in the course of writing this book was that invasive species can often be used to create a beautiful natural color library. So this is an invasive plant called Ageratina adenifora, which was taken from central Mexico as a garden ornamental about 100 years ago or so. And it turns out to be an incredible invasive pest in many parts of the world, including the foothills of the Himalaya, where a wonderful group called Avani is working on a beautiful natural dye and natural weaving, handmade weaving business. So they take this weed, they harvest it to help the forest floor recover a good bit. And then you can see they turn it into olive green and yellow yarns, which are then woven into some really gorgeous textiles. This is Rashmi Bharti, who's one of the two co-founders, along with her husband, Rajneesh Jain. And Rashni is very proudly wearing one of the scarves. This is Nitin Gupta down in the lower part, and he's showing the whole range of yellows and olive greens. The ball of yarn at the bottom is Ageratina adenifora yarn, which is quite a bit yellow until you turn it to green through the addition of iron. But this particular ball of yarn has been dipped in an indigo exhaust vat to acquire this little patina of blue over it to create a gorgeous chartreuse green. A very beautiful living color. Here are some greens from the New World. This is Nilda Kalanyaupa, who is the absolutely amazing organizer of the Center for Traditional Textiles of Cusco. She leads 10 communities of women weavers in the highlands of Peru to create these amazing textiles. She's given credit by the weavers themselves for having single-handedly been able to preserve this tradition by creating markets for the women around the world. You see at the top, it looks a bit gray in this picture, but you see at the top some sort of mossy green, green-brown yarns. These are made, where's the slide with the plants? There we are. These are made with two species of plant which don't look to be related, but are. On the lower right is Baccharis genisteloides, which is this strange sort of plant with 3 flanges of leaves radiating from a central stem. It grows in the eyebrow of the jungle, which is the eastern side of the Andes Mountains. And the damp from the Amazon basin curls up into the mountains and creates this kind of misty, wet biome. And it promotes a kind of fungus to grow on the leaves of this particular species of plant. And it's the combination of the plant and the fungus that creates these beautiful celadon and teal greens at the top of the slide. right? The leaves that don't have the fungus don't produce much of anything. It's the symbiosis that makes the difference. And there's Nilde. And you can see in some of the textiles that she's holding and some of the textiles at lower right, these teals and celadons used to create kind of a radiant rainbow, which is, the radiant rainbow is part of the Incan symbol language. Here is one of my favorite stories from the book. These are marigolds, which are taken from a Hindu temple in Mumbai, the largest Hindu temple in Mumbai. A group called Adiv Pure Nature takes this waste and turns it into a beautiful vocabulary of yellows, ochres, and browns. This is an innovation. The founder of Adiv Pure Nature, whose name is Rupa Trivedi, realized that by tradition, temple waste is to be cast onto the waters. It cannot be treated like trash. It is to be cast upon the waters so that the blessings of the temple offering can dissipate back into the universe. But by casting it on the water, it creates its own kind of waste, right? The millions and millions and millions of marigolds that are used every day create their own kind of waste problem. And she wondered, well, surely there must be something better to do with these marigolds. And so she began to experiment. She's not a dyer. She's a sonic technician by trade, by training. She began to experiment with turning this into textiles. And here you see in her workshop, using the petals to create a contact print. There's no mordant used. There's just the petal and the steam. Actually, sometimes there is mordant used here. There's the petals and the steam, and sometimes a little bit of mordant, and that's all. And the work is absolutely gorgeous. She takes her practice to a place which I think is a beautiful example of where textile practice might go at scale. All of her people are trained from scratch. They have benefits. They have rights. All of the water is recycled. All of the natural dye materials are either waste or naturally grown. And the waste from the process itself, so the remnants of the steamed petals and the onion skins and the turmeric and the rose petals from the temple and the hibiscus petals from the temple, all of that waste is composted and returned back to the temple so that the temple can give its worshipers bags of compost to take home and enrich their gardens. So Rupa comes, I think, as close as I've seen to something that is truly and completely responsible. And I just adore her for it. And one of the things just to note is that this whole idea of this business came to her through a spiritual path. She was contemplating the festival of Ganesha and the solving of problems. And all of this kind of came together as part of a spiritual journey for her. Here's Rupa and her chief dyer, Mukhtar Sheikh, and two of the textiles that they make in the studio. Let's talk about indigo. I know that I am not alone in being a deep, deep fan of indigo. It's really super profound, super global. There are about 600 species of plants from around the world that contain the precursors to indigo. Woad is the European plant that bears indigo. I could go on and on and on about the various species and the color values. It's completely intriguing, but right now let's speak a little bit about indigo in West Africa. I love this picture of the cliff dwellings of the Telem people who preceded the Dogon people in Mali to live along this escarpment, which is called the Bandiagara escarpment. And this Telem settlement was explored by Dutch archaeologists in the 70s. And if you look at the top layers, you see these little sealed, almost beehive-looking chambers. These were burial chambers. And the Telem buried their dead with troves of textiles, which were naturally dyed. These textiles date back to about 1100. And of course, indigo figures largely in what was found. It was woven, it was resist dyed, it was tie-dyed, it was, the textiles are just absolutely gorgeous. So we know that indigo has been in this part of the world since at least 1100 and probably earlier. And probably one of the reasons that it was such a profound part of the tradition is that the Lonchocarpus cyanescens plant, which grows in West Africa, is the precursor for indigo in that part of the world. And it's incredibly rich in indigo content. It will stain your fingers when you rub leaves between your fingers. Absolutely stunningly gorgeous. And of course, Lee has been part of a group called Heartwear for what now, 20 some years. And I was able to visit the indigo dyers and the textile makers who work with Heartwear some years ago on a study trip with our friend Karen Petrosian. And these pictures were taken by Birgitte de Vos during that trip. So this is a ball of Lonchocarpus cyanescens leaves, which are couched. So that means they're set to decay a little bit, to dry, desiccate, decay a little bit before they're put in the indigo vat. This helps to break down the cell walls and make the precursor to indigo available in the dye vat, which you see at lower right. The dye vat tends to be a rather slimy green color, and the textiles which emerge from the vat are that kind of weird green until they reoxidize and turn blue again. Again, I could go on all day about the chemicals that are involved in the indigo process, about how mysterious and sort of revelatory it is every time you see a cloth come out of an indigo vat and oxidize into blue. Absolutely amazing. I put the picture here of the knot dyeing, the knot tying part of the process, because it was one of those amazing moments where you see craftspeople doing something with such incredible skill and such incredible fluidity and grace. And it made me want to be able to ground my feet with that kind of grace and skill in something. And it was one of the things that made me recommit to writing and going deeper and exploring these things. And I love, of course, the kimono it left, which was a Heartwear piece from some years ago, because to me it looks like a supernova of gorgeous color and thought and revelation. Here is Silikath, who's the leader of the indigo dyeing workshop that Heartwear works with, and a couple of more photographs of the indigo. I love the tiny knots as well. This was the cloth that comes out of this particular tiny knot process. And those bigger knots, of course, create bigger starbursts. The indigo molecule is a little too large to penetrate the fiber in the way that other dyes do. And so it tends to wrap around the fiber rather than penetrate. And it creates these beautiful gradations of dark blue to undyed. And along the borders, along the way, I feel like you can see every shade of blue that the indigo process is capable of. Another beautiful bit of textile from the studio in Benin of Heartwear and Silikath. So let's go to a totally different dyeing tradition. These are the leaves of a ground-growing bromeliad called Hieronymus, Bromeliad hieronymi. And these tough fibers are harvested and thigh spun and then dyed with bark and earth and one particular kind of berries in order to make these beautiful bags. You can see them being hand coiled. The little toe anchor keeps the tension on the string as these bags are being knotted. And it takes 437 meters of thigh spun and hand dyed yarn to make these beautiful bags. They're made by the Aoreo people. We probably only have 5 to 10 years left of this tradition. The reason it still exists is that it's a symbol of prestige for a man to carry a bag made by his wife, made of this natural fiber. And when that stops being a symbol of a status symbol, the tradition will go. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. This is a picture of Tishinda, the sea snail purple that is still being used on the Pacific coast of Oaxaca. There are only 19 or 20 Mixtec men who are licensed to go along the shore and carefully pluck the shells from the rock, milk the sea snail onto a skein of yarn that they drape around their wrists, and then replace the shell to live another day back on the rock. The Mixtec have managed this gorgeous resource for 1,500 years. It is now super endangered because tourism has come to this part of the world and local fishermen are harvesting all kinds of shellfish, this particular purpura panza included, to chop up as ceviche and serve to tourists. The background that you see here is a posahuanco, which the women of this Mixtec community wear as a wrap skirt, and they're dyed with cochineal, indigo, and tishinda, which are, they say, the 3 sacred colors of their culture. And these wrap skirts are buried with the women who make them as part of their grave goods. Gorgeous photographs. The one at right was taken by Marcela Echevarria, mutual friend of ours. Just gorgeous. And then finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about Sasha Dewar. Sasha is a professor at the California College of the Arts, and she thinks of natural dyeing as a gateway drug for her students. And what she means by that is she's really referring to her mentor and teacher, Stephen Rockefeller, who was one of the drafters of the Earth Charter of the United Nations. And in the Earth Charter, Rockefeller speaks, and the other drafters speak about the need to educate young people about the true value of nature, and to do so not with data and science alone, but with emotional experiences, with true involvement and contact, multi-sensory experiences. Because Rockefeller says humans are capable of ignoring every single bit of data, but they can't ignore their feelings. And so until we cement feelings and knowledge, we're not going to step up and do the transformation that we need to do in order to keep this planet and each other healthy. So Sasha's work of drawing color out of simple things like rosemary, these blue-grays are made with rosemary, or Dyer's chamomile, which practically grows as a weed to get these gorgeous vivid yellows, or the raw leaves of Japanese indigo here, which create this gorgeous kind of daiquiri green, or all of these colors. There's examples of weld here, mimosa, spruce tips, even the vivid orange and yellow at lower left are from citrus peels. Sasha can coax color out of everything. And the smell of it, the experience of it, the generosity of all of these plants, which are so eager essentially to loan their color, is part of this emotional bond, I think, that we all need. Here we see the rosemary at left, pomegranate skins in the middle, and the mint at right. And yeah, I find that Sasha really puts all of true colors in a nutshell. That when we come to value the people who know how to make these gorgeous things, when we come to value the processes and the natural antecedents of all of these things, when we come to value the things that we live with and touch and wear, we start to be able to be in the emotional state that we need in order to make the changes that we have to make. So thank you so much for listening. And I love questions. I don't know if we have any time for questions, but I would love to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you so much, Keith. Always a pleasure. And it's a little bit difficult with such a big audience to do Q&A, but I will check the box anyway. One person is asking how long you've been archiving.
Well, honestly, I would have to admit that it's been almost all my life. I have a treasured aunt who lived all over the world and whose gifts were often textiles sent home, which would take months to arrive back in those days. And I still have all of them, every single one of them. And it's continued through these 30 years of active exploring on my part, traveling and researching and coming to know. Yeah, on a daily basis, I would hate to actually show you my workroom. This is not actually my workroom. This is the guest room, because it is a jumble of textiles. Do you remember Franz Kafka's The Trial and the amazing sort of, books everywhere? It's a bit like that. Yeah.
Well, I have the last question then for you, because like most of us, you're a big traveler, and in this period, you haven't been able to get away. So if you were able to go anywhere right now to reconnect with craft, where would you go?
I hesitate to admit in this very public forum that I have never been to India. And that would absolutely be first on my list. And Philip, you're coming with me. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, I'm familiar enough to do a tour for you, so we'll line that up. But thank you again, Keith. We're thrilled to have had you be part of today's book club.
I'm honored, really and truly honored, especially to follow Satish, whose inspiration is profound. Amazing.
Yeah, he's quite something.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So before we go to our next presentation, we're going to do a little mini sharing with you. This is our latest issue of Talking Textiles magazine, which is the 6th issue in this series. And we're very happy to have changed the concept to be much more global and based on one particular direction. So this first issue in this new format is called Fruits of the Loom. And it's all about the magic of weaving in different parts of the world. And to celebrate that, I wanted to share with you 3 of the stories from this magazine. And of course, you can access it. It's just back from the printer, so you can access it through edelkoort.us if you are located in the US, or you can go to edelkoort.com if you're outside of the US. So you should all be seeing my screen now. And so this first story is actually in the middle of the issue, which Lee and our team worked on. Lee has done an amazing job. And in the middle of the issue, it's very beautiful because we have a section dedicated to 3 weaving studios. These are in different countries, and what's quite amazing is that each of them is a great example of a collective or a place where the studio becomes much more than just a studio. It becomes part of the village, or it becomes a way of life, or it becomes a movement. And so this first one is located in Japan. This is the place where June Tomita works, and it's quite an idyllic setting. June is what some people might call a living treasure in Japan, although he doesn't allow himself that very revered title. And he has developed a technique which he's also written about called katsuri. And this is the Japanese interpretation of ikat, so the dyeing of thread at different places before weaving it together to make motifs come to life. So here you can see the space where he works, which is in a natural setting surrounded by trees. He says that weaving is not like ceramic arts. It is precise. I can imagine the result from the beginning, and not many unexpected surprises happen. Rather, I try to bring the original beauty of yarns and weaves by using subtraction. So in a very Japanese way, he's almost starting with the essential and then trying to take away to get to something even more pure. In the 1980s, he started his practice, which is in the countryside, and then he was joined by many other like-minded weavers and people, artisans, apprentices who he has trained. It's a small village called Saga Koshihata, which is just north of Kyoto. And in this rural setting, in a way, they have started a very humanistic approach and utopian approach to weaving. Here you can see the weaving studio today. So he has many different weaving machines, I think 4 or 5. And from here, it's almost like a local Japanese arts and crafts movement, which has been founded and continues today. He is teaching many other generations of katsuri weavers. So there is actually a book. Here is the reference on it. So if anybody's interested in that, you can, of course, find that online, since we're talking about our book club. The next story in this series is from Chaki Maki. She is also a Japanese weaver. However, she lives in India, where she has moved many years ago to start her practice. She is turning fields into fabrics, really establishing the idea that from the farm we can go straight to textiles using natural materials and of course natural dyes. The studio is called Ganga Maki, and it's quite a beautiful space, as you can see. The space has been designed by Studio Mumbai, so Bijoy Jain and his partners have spent, I believe, 5 years to develop this perfect setting. So it was a very long process, very interesting process to create a very beautiful environment for 45 weavers and craftspeople to work within. So anybody who's ordering the magazine will, of course, be able to read more about this sanctuary of style, as we call it. And the idea, as Bijoy says, that affection is the only technique a craftsman needs, very much in the same line of what we heard with from Satish. It's quite an amazing space. I mean, it looks like a wellness center or a place to go as a retreat. So it really is a sanctuary for the senses, but especially it's a sanctuary in which these creative weavers can create their cloth. And the third collective or studio that we wanted to look at is near Fez in Morocco. This is what we call the Riad of Radiance. And this is a collective called the Anu. They have many stores now all over Morocco where they can sell direct to consumers. It's the idea that women's independence or women weavers can not only make their work, but also sell it direct instead of going through a middleman, which would literally be always a man, who was going into the Atlas Mountains, buying these amazing rugs, but then selling them at very high prices to tourists and other collectors. So in this way, they're able to seek their independence and formulate their collective. So they're coming together in these spaces, they are helping each other, they're learning the reaction of their clients, and their clients at the same time can speak directly to them and know how the whole story behind each of these amazing pieces of textiles, and especially their rugs. So the location brings opportunities to be together, improve their work, check on the qualities, and develop their ideas creatively together. So you can see here, it's also a very cozy space. So like all artist studios, these spaces are having an amazing kitchen, having a pet like a cat, having lots of natural light, having space in which to experiment and create archives. All of these elements are the sort of magic formula, if you like, to creating a beautiful space in which to work and create. So definitely go online if you'd like to know more. I think it's about 300 pages or 230 pages of content, all made, of course, without advertising because all our publications are independent. So we're very excited to introduce our next speaker today. Oh, yes, Lee's going to introduce.
Yeah, sorry. Can I unmute? Yes.
Come over.
No, if you mute. Is that possible?
Yes.
Yeah. No, it isn't. Sorry. Yes, I would like to introduce. I'm not in. Okay.
Not your camera.
Sorry. Yes, I think I will. I want to announce the next subject and amazing speaker. The subject is the book, which is also a catalog on the exhibition of the Rijks Museum on slavery, which has been a very important moment in the life of that museum. And I would say it's very important for many musea in the future to follow suit. And she is going to Frederique van Reij. She is an amazing narrator and educator. She completely changed my perception of what it is to be working in education and in audio tours and so on. I suddenly understood that this is a place which needs much more importance in musea because education really becomes a much bigger part of how the public will be engaged. And also the audio is much more than just a voiceover saying something. It becomes a real design. It's audio design. So it's a remarkable personality. And she is charged today with narrating from this book and from the exhibition. She says that it's easy because the exhibition is already like a book. She says the exhibition is already reading like a book. So she will take us through several stories which were composed in this amazing show. And she told me that this whole journey, if you want, into the development of the exhibition and the tools really changed her life and the way she sees life and how she wants to conduct her life in the future. So I hope she will be able also to share that with you because it's a very beautiful, emotional story.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Lee, for this wonderful introduction. It's really an honor to be invited here and tell you the story of the exhibition. Let me also already just, Philip, maybe you can help me a little bit. I need to enable the sound as well because I'm gonna share with you a little clip of the audio tour. And I'm not as known to how to use the MacBook. Oh, I think is it now with voice enabled? I think here share sound. Yes, it's already. So as Lee told me, I'm an educator working at the Rijks Museum, and I was closely involved in working on the slavery exhibition. It's a little bit out of my comfort zone to talk to you in a book club. Lee showed to you already the amazing book. But as she said also, the book is the exhibition and the exhibition is the book. So let me take you on a journey into this exhibition and show you what it looked like and take you into 3 of the 10 stories that were involved in the exhibition. So the slavery exhibition revolved around 10 true stories from people who were involved in slavery one way or another. 10 personal stories about people who were enslaved, people who kept slaves, about people who resisted, and people who were brought in slavery to the Netherlands. What were their lives like? How did they relate to the system of slavery? With each story, I will go into what I've learned as an educator, and in the end, I will go a little bit deeper into what it meant for the institution to work on this topic, the topic of slavery. During the colonial era, from the 16th to well into the 19th century, the Netherlands enslaved more than 1 million men, women, and children from Asia and Africa and shipped them to faraway places unknown to them. They, their children, and the many generations that followed were subjected to a system that objectified them based on the color of their skin or their faith. Even today, traces of this system still linger in our society. What you just heard was the first text the visitors encountered when entering the exhibition. It shows that in this exhibition, not so much objects as people are important when telling history. The exhibition design, as you see here, the exhibition was designed by the architect Afina de Jong, featured mirrors. And what was interesting, I think, about this design was that without any context, everybody understood how to use the mirrors, and especially really young people, high school students, understood how they worked. The mirror confronts you not only with your own reflection, but indirectly also with the objects and people around you. The audio guide was central to the personal approach the exhibition embodied. We wanted to really reach visitors in their minds and in their hearts, really letting the topic resonate with them. I worked with theater maker Jurgen Chonafong on the concept, that revolved around asking 10 speakers to narrate the 10 stories. You see Jurgen here on the left lower corner. Each of these speakers had some kind of connection to the historical figures. This approach was crucial in making the topic relatable for the visitors. Sometimes these connections were really direct, like the twin sisters Susie and Simba Moses, telling the story of their ancestor Sapali. Psychiatrist Glenn Helberg, here in the upper left corner, was the main narrator, introducing each story and each speaker, and he also functioned as your companion as you walked through the exhibition. I learned a valuable lesson in making this audio tour. I learned the true meaning of the word perspective. A voice can never be neutral. Heritage is not only a visible or maybe a tangible thing for people, but you can also hear it in people's voices. We don't want to have an officer who makes us go to work so early and walk so fast. These are the words of Wally. In the year 1707, he lived and worked on the sugar plantation Paramaribo in Suriname. Together with 155 other enslaved men, women, and children, he toiled day in, day out. The sugar was cut and crushed in huge machines. The collected juice was then boiled in large cast iron kapas, as you see here on the left. People had to work around the clock in order to prevent the sugar from acidifying. Wally led a resistance against the harsh regulations that the Amsterdam plantation owner Jonas Whitson had installed. Wally and others sought refuge in the forests surrounding the plantation, where they hid for 5 days. They were eventually arrested and interrogated in Fort Zeelandia. Running away was punishable by death. On 11 August 1707, the sentence was pronounced. Death by slow immolation. Wally, Baratam and Mingo, and their comrades Charles and Joseph were have their flesh torn off with red-hot pincers while being burned alive. Their severed heads would later be displayed on spikes as a warning. This is the story of Wally as told in the audio tour, and we knew very early on who we wanted to narrate the story of Wally in the audio tour. You see him here in the upper right-hand corner. It's 3-time world champion kickboxer Remy Bonjaski. He had just found out his own ancestry, leading him to the plantation where Wally led the uprising. And Remy is a very big man. In many ways, you can see why he is such a successful sportsman. But on his personal journey into his heritage, it made sense to him that his own family history, his bloodlines, that made him who he is today. And for me personally, history came really close when we were standing in front of the painting that you see here in the middle with enslaved people on the plantation of Paramaribo. I couldn't help but think, is he looking at his own family here? Slavery is not only about the people who were enslaved or the slave owners, but also about those who, whether or not consciously, profited from the system in all kinds of ways. Opium was such a person. We see her and her husband here, painted by the famous Rembrandt in 1634. When these paintings were acquired in 2016, the Rijks Museum very much welcomed them with open arms. They are monumental and very impressive paintings. For the first time, they were shown to the general public because they were in private collections since Rembrandt finished them. We told everybody about the wealthy Martin and Opium, calling them the Kanye West and Kim Kardashian of their times. We included them in a slavery exhibition because Opium's story shows how deeply the system of slavery was rooted in Dutch society. Opium's life was closely connected to slavery. The family of her first husband, Martin, who we see here on the left, made a fortune with sugar, which was harvested and processed on the plantations in South America by enslaved men and women. Opium's second husband, Maarten Dij, served for a few years as a soldier in Brazil under the regime of the Dutch West India Company. Opium and Maarten's house here in the Netherlands was decorated with pictures of Brazilian landscapes. They even owned a model of a sugar mill. Maarten would have undoubtedly shared his experience in Brazil with his wife. Whether Maarten also told Opium about the daughter he fathered with an African woman named Francesca remains an unanswered question. Francesca lived with Maarten Dai for 4 months in the town of Olinda in Brazil. He held her captive, he raped her, with a pregnancy as a result. Francesca named her daughter Edunam. Maarten was able to go about his life scot-free. He returned to the Netherlands and later on in life married Opium. The story of Opium is an example of how the history of slavery and Dutch national history are bound together. The Rijks Museum houses a collection of paintings and decorative arts from the Middle Ages up until the 20th century. Staging the slavery exhibition has asked of us, as an institution, what narratives we present in the collection display in the main building. We now wonder what other stories lie behind portraits in our museum. It challenges our perspective, and we make room for new ones. Besides fighting the colonial ruler and creating parallel societies, there were also enslaved people who tried to change the colonial system from the inside. Perhaps the best known example of this story, is the story of Tula on Curaçao. Tula was working on a plantation on Curaçao in 1795 and wanted to implement the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity on the island. Inspired by these ideals of the French Revolution, Black revolutionaries had already enforced the abolition of slavery in French-governed Haiti. Because the Netherlands was occupied by the French at that time, Tula wanted slavery to be abolished on Curaçao as well. But how could Tula know, as an enslaved man, what had happened in Haiti? Messages were passed on to slaves from plantation to plantation, including through music. This had to be done in secret with improvised instruments like a binta, a mouth bow, you see one here in the upper right corner, or a drum here in the middle. Slaveholders did not believe that the ghostly sounds could be produced by humans. In the audio tour, Arthur Kibbelaar, you see him here on the left, tells the story of Tula. His ancestors lived on the same plantation. For Arthur, Tula belongs to a tradition in which, on a larger scale and in various ways, people fought against the colonial system and claimed human dignity. Throughout the exhibition, the visitor comes in contact with oral sources. These oral sources come to life in the audio tour, whether in songs, in the personal stories, but also in historical recordings. And for me, the way we shape the story of Tula is the best example of how we used these historical recordings in the audio tour. And I would like to share with you how we did this. I brought with me a small section of the story of Tula as told by Arthur. He tells the visitor about the relevance of oral sources and tells about a recording done in 1958. I will share it with you. It's best to
in 1958, the 100.
Oh, I can do it again. It's best to turn up the volume just a little bit.
In 1958, the 105-year-old Machichi was interviewed by a priest. She was 10 years old when slavery was abolished.
26 anos. Mas já Hopi, sim?
Ai, sim, padre.
Hopi?
Sim,
aqui banda estava de cativo também? Tudo caminhar?
Tudo chorando.
Não está em cativo?
The priest asked her whether there were still many slaves at that time, and in a whisper, she answers, "A yes, father, all over." But her tone becomes stronger when she says that she was raised by her grandmother, who must have been born around the time of Tula's uprising. She taught Machichi that she was not lesser than white people. She recites a song, "No more yoke. Yoke is over. I don't wash plates anymore. I don't wash bowls anymore. I do not sweep the house clean. I am not the master's slave. I am not the master's slave."
So here again, history becomes real close and becomes really personal. It resonates because Arthur is telling the story. And this was just a small piece of the audio tour, Fortunately, you can still listen to all of the stories. We digitalized all the stories and they are still visible on the website, rijksmuseum.nl/slavery. And there you can listen to all the stories that are included in the auditor and the exhibition. You can also get a better sense of what the exhibition looked like. And I would recommend to listen to it with headphones on, because when Lee talked about audio design with noise cancelling headphones, it comes to you much better than when you listen to it without headphones. So why is this exhibition different than any other exhibition we made in the Rijks Museum? The Rijks Museum addressed the topic of Dutch colonial history before, but almost always from a white colonial perspective. The slavery exhibition centralized the perspective of the enslaved people. This meant looking for objects outside of our collections and also make room for oral sources. It meant changing the ways we were used to working. In preparing this exhibition, we worked together with various groups and experts outside of the museum. Not only with the auditor, as I showed you before, but also we formed a think tank of experts. They worked with the curators on the personal stories, offering additional points of view and even more knowledge on the subject. We also took a different approach in how we wanted visitors to leave the exhibition. Usually, visitors will write a note in a guest book or leave a thumbs up on a social media platform. But in this exhibition, we felt that wasn't adequate enough. We wanted to give visitors space to give something back to the museum. And we wanted to create a safe space where visitors could settle with their emotions, good or bad. And we wanted something that would be a message of hope. So we asked artists David Bade and Terzo Marta to create an art space inside the museum. In the last galleries of the exhibition wing, they would create 10 new sculptures together with the visitors that just came out of the exhibition. And they kept building these sculptures during the exhibition, reaching higher and higher, as you can see here on the photographs. This project was nothing like we have ever done before. The Rijksmuseum is quite a traditional institution that is known for their outstanding collections. We show Rembrandts. Participatory projects are usually only done in the educational center or maybe on special family days in the museum. Giving two artists free hand in using gallery spaces was something we just did not do. We had to get used to it a little bit, but also relied on the professional qualities of these amazing artists. You can see them here in the middle with the whole team of people. It was really wonderful to see people working on the sculptures on a daily basis. And the art project fit into the different approach we had with staging this exhibition, making room for new perspectives and different ways of showing these, and also allowing the visitor to express themselves in a meaningful way. Working on this exhibition meant taking a different approach. As I said before, it meant that we as a project team had to be aware of our positions and perspectives, that we had to self-reflect and keep doing this throughout the whole process. There was, and there still is, a certain discomfort with the topic. How could we address this topic without changing the narrative of the collection display in the main building? A collection display with objects that in most parts only show the splendor of the Golden Age. We came up with an idea to bring the two parts of the building together, the exhibition in the exhibition wing and the collection display in the main building. We decided to add a second label to 75 objects in the collection display. And we also made a small booklet, which you see here on the right, and that visitors could take home. These labels will be on show for a full year. And after that, we will incorporate the information of the original and second label into one new label. It was important for us to show the labels side by side, the first one and the second one, showing the importance of different perspectives. We named the project End Slavery and hope to follow up with other topics that are as of yet less visible than we would like. So for instance, women, farmers. So in the coming years, be on the lookout for labels called End Women or End Farmers. As we all experienced, The pandemic had a huge impact in the way we had access to museums and other public spaces. So on the Rijks Museum as well. The exhibition was supposed to open in September of 2020, and the museum quickly rescheduled the exhibition to 2021 when the first lockdown was announced. And luckily, all our lending institutions could agree with postponing the opening. They even agreed with an extension of the exhibition up until the end of August 2021. And for us, it was frustrating having to wait for visitors to be able to come see the exhibition. But we found a loophole in the system. During lockdown, high school students were allowed to follow classes on other locations outside of their school building. And a museum visit fits into the curriculum and was therefore allowed as such an external location. So on May 18th, weeks before the museum opened to the general public, we opened the doors for high school students visiting the exhibition. It meant a lot to us being able to welcome these students into the stories we worked on for years. The slavery exhibition finally opened doors to the general public on June 5th, after the government announced to further reopen public life. So, to conclude, what message should we take from these stories? How do we go from here? What have we learned as an institution, and what have I learned as a person? As an institution, we will still have a long way to go in making the Rijks Museum a place where everybody truly feels at home. We have to be aware that working on an inclusive museum is a continuous process. Staging the slavery exhibition was a huge step and brought the museum and its people in motion. I am excited to see where these new perspectives and narratives will lead us. For me personally, I've learned to not be afraid of the discomfort, to let it sit and even have a seat at the table. It taught me to really listen and think outside of the box, to make room for new narratives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Frederique. That was very moving. You told us that it set things in motion, but I also seem to know that it made people very emotional and that there was a lot of tears during the whole process. So that is also something to note, that these new exhibits are very different compared to any other exhibits in history.
We'll take a break.
Take a break? We take a break, but before we take the break, I would, for the Dutch listeners, I would say that there's a new book, which is a book of poetry, which says, difficult to translate, very normal, deadly normal, we go to heaven. And it's actually a book of poetry, which helps you come to terms with mourning and gives you words to communicate your mourning to others. A very beautiful edition of Plint, which is a small edition house working with artists and poets together. How long is the break, Philip?
I think 20 minutes.
You have a 20-minute break? Okay. So come back, because there is still amazing narration to be witnessed, and a lot of inspiration as well, and a lot of emotion. Thank you for being here. Here it's such beautiful weather that I know if you're out, then that's good also. But we are very happy you're here. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everybody. We are back at World Hope Forum, and I want to introduce you to 3 students. With me this beautiful catalog of Design Academy Eindhoven, and it's a very thick book, and I went to the exhibition, and it's really great to see what all the students have made in COVID time, and I was really impressed by the crafts and a lot of really good ideas and really good crafted, and a very nice show, very interesting to see how young people are so positive and have this really good ideas to have change for themselves, just maybe when it's small. And I picked out 3 students, so our 3 girls, women, and we will start with Alice Watel, and she has a project. It's about 1 kilogram of textile, and she will explain her vision and with this beautiful book she made, and tell you more. After her, we have a talk of Eva Jagerman, and it's called in English, In Your Own Hands, and she made a new way of modern knitting machine, but then not on a hand wave that you can do. So she will explain it later. And as last, we have student Rosana Escobar, and she will tell you something about the unraveling about the coffee bag. 3 interesting projects, 3 different ways of vision, and enjoy, I would say. Alice, welcome.
So hi everyone, I'm Alice, and I'm going to present now my project 1 kilogram of textile. So this is a project that started from a scientific report saying that to stay under 1.5 degrees of global warming, we would need to take a lot of measures, and one of them would be to reduce our textile consumption to 1 kilogram per year and per person of new textiles. And now on average, we consume 10 kilograms per year and per person. So 1 kilogram is approximately 4 pieces. So let's say 1 pair of jeans, 2 t-shirts, and 1 sweater. And I decided to imagine a story from a future where people would consume like that. And because I believe in the power of imagination and art to trigger change in our society and in the way we see the world. And in this story from the future, these people explain us how they manage to reduce their consumption. So for example, they mend their clothes a lot more. They exchange their clothes. They want to maybe create platforms, and they also, because they can only buy 1 kilogram, they try to put a lot of focus on what they buy new. So they want really strong clothes and really durable things, maybe some local products, etc. And I'm also imagining things on the other parts of the industry. So what would the workers become? Or what would the new brands in the future would be? And I decided to combine this in a book, but also on Instagram to be able to share with people on social media and create a discussion, because my goal is to have a group of people who follow this slow fashion movement. So yeah, I don't know if anyone has questions, but feel free to ask. So I see, can you please tell what the book is again? So it's a story from a future where people buy only 1 kilogram of textile per year and per person, and it's called 1 kilogram of textile. Yeah, I can write maybe the title of the Instagram account. It's called 1 kilogram of textile. So what I showed in the PDF are pages of the book. You saw the beginning, but if you want to read it carefully, you can also see on Instagram, and I'm posting the story and explaining a bit what it is about.
Thank you, Alice. So I think we're going to go to Ava. She is joining us via Zoom.
Hey.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I will share with you my screen. Is it visible for everyone?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. So hello, my name is Eva. I'm from my home here. Yeah, I'm recently graduated from the Design Academy in the Department Leisure, and currently I live and work in Teugen in the Netherlands. I'm a social designer, and my ideas start with an encounter or a story or one of my personal values. And from this, I create designs that function mainly as a tool for people to learn things, have an experience, or to create a collaborative environment. And I put the focus on making by hand, preferably with the use of local, natural, and waste materials. I'm going to talk about the project Naar eigen hand, which is translated according to your own hand or at your own hand. And in very short, it's about the knitting technique. It's enlarging the technique of the automatic knitting machine. By enlarging, it's becoming an analog knitting loom, inspired also by the big weaving looms that requires human participation and co-creation. Why I did this? Well, I work with textiles myself a lot, with the weaving and sewing and all kinds. And I wanted to learn the knitting technique myself, but the automatic machine, I found it hard to understand. And I felt that I wanted to be more a participant of the making process, because the technique is going automatically, and I missed gaining the knowledge in this sense to learn the technique. So I wanted to bring back the human involvement in general in this making process of knitting. And supporting the making by hand as a step back from the automatic technology. So how did I do this? I enlarged the working mechanism and made it in wood. So by this you have to adjust the needles manually and work together. Like one person is doing the pushing front and back of the needles, and the other person is guiding the yarn. And I'm using for the yarn leftover yarn that people donate me to not buy anything new. I'm just combining several yarn to create one big thread. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the process of how the machine works. So first you collect leftover yarn, can be any size, any thickness, with fluff or with glitter, anything. Then you have to wind it on a bobbin. I have 15 of those, so you can choose 15 colors or different sizes, and then you have to wind them up. And like this, you pull them all together and it creates one blend or one shade. So you combine colors, and you can also design your own patterns by adjusting also manually. If you knit, then you can remove stitches, you can replace stitches, put them in reverse, dropping stitches. You can, by this, I'm learning it myself now as well, because I don't know the whole technique of knitting. So now I'm also learning how you can make different patterns. And then you have to adjust the needles. So by pushing them to the front and pulling them back, normally there would be a handle going over with the automatic machine with a rotation wheel in it that's pushing the handles back and forth automatically. But now you are kind of the drive that is doing this movement. And then through this eye, all the ropes will be collected together to create one. So guide the rope, another person is guiding the rope. And then together you create a knitwear. And the little squares you can see is the weight. So you need to use the weight to pull the fabric down. Otherwise the machine doesn't work properly. And the most important thing is that you work together. So 1 or 2 persons can manually move the handles, and another person who's standing in the front can guide the thread over the needles, and then you pull them all back. And then in this way you create a loop in a loop in a loop. And then you create this huge enlarged knitwear, which I use as home blankets and for over the bed or the couch or on the wall. And my experience so far, it's creating a meeting environment, because I'm using the machine now for workshops in a daycare center. And it's for people with all different ages, and it's really nice to notice that for old people it's very interesting because they have a memory of maybe their mother knitting or knitting themselves, and for children to learn this technique. And I also notice by working with this machine that you don't have to communicate verbally. Because of the rhythm and the sounds that the machine is making, you can use this as well as a way of communicating, which I really like. So it's accessible for different ages, and step by step, handle by handle, you create. So it's a slow process, but because the technique is enlarged, you get a fast result, which is also nice. And for more information on this project or other projects, you can look at my website. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I continue with my project. I'm Rosana Escobar, and I will share screen now. So my project is called Unraveling the Coffee Bag, and I really started by basically deconstructing a product that is exported everywhere in the world, and that nobody knows what is happening to this bag. And for me, it was a link to my country and to my hometown, and I really wanted to know what was behind this bag. What is the story that lies behind certain products that we take for granted, and they maybe carry a story and a heritage. So I started by unraveling this bag and tracing the material back to its context, which really took me back to Colombia, where I studied the plant fique. This is an agave plant. It grows from 0 to 3,000 meters, making it a really wide distribution of where it extends. It actually grows with no water. It doesn't need any irrigation system. And it's a very sustainable fiber, and it has been very close to the people and to the native people for centuries. I wanted to also see what was the relation with the plant itself, and it's a plant that lives around 70 to 80 years. So it allows harvesting to be harvested every 4 months, which keeps this really almost a lifespan relation. The problematic of this material and of this fiber is that the fiber has been completely devaluated, since today it's in the service of another industry, in the service of coffee grains. So people don't want to grow it anymore, and it has not been explored its potential, but the market is huge. So it's a vulnerable plant and fiber to disappear, because the moment that coffee bags decide to be not made by by fique, but by plastic, it can easily be that 80,000 families are actually depending on this material. But I also wanted to explore what are the opportunities in the in-between, because sometimes we think about sustainability only on the afterlife of a product, but what happens when we actually connect again with the beginning, with the raw form of a material, with the identity as a plant, and that it carries actually heritage and local knowledge. So I went back to Colombia. I studied also how the fibers are extracted from the leaf. They get hanged and washed and extended. And I saw a beautiful quality here that as the plant actually ages, it turns darker. It has all these darker shades, which of course are not used for the making of coffee bags. We also have industries that are that standardize products and materials, and they discard some of these qualities that are actually beautiful information for us to connect to objects. When the fiber is also combed, there's a byproduct happening here that is the fiber is tangled. I have some in my hand, like a cloud. So it tangles and tangles, and I wanted to see the qualities of these to felt it and to create actually like a plant skin. So I explored this felting technique, pressing the fibers together and creating a new material from this. And I also saw how the farmers actually packed this material to transport it from one place to another. And I saw that there was a beautiful technique developed, a craft developed around the transport. And I wanted to give it actually another purpose, another use. So I made stools and benches with the raw material, where also the material shines. And it also has this kind of, it's very appealing, and it has this almost horsehair look. So I really like that. And I also worked in collaboration with a craftsman, because I also see the value in adding to an object, that an object also is a carrier of knowledge and of tradition. So yeah, to summarize the talk and the project, I think that, yeah, I think it was for me very important how can global markets actually support and be in touch with local ecosystems. Where are we placing value? Where do we put value? Do we put value still on these developing economies, or do we want to also that these economies are supporting a new way of thinking, also that it's way more in touch with our beliefs and our consciousness of the planet? Yeah, thank you so much for listening. And if anyone has a question. Yeah. Where? Maybe I stop sharing. Yeah. Yeah.
People ask where they can see your work, Rosana.
Sorry?
People are asking where they can see your work and also your website. Yeah.
Yeah, so today is the last day of the Touch Design Week. So it will be until today exhibited, and hopefully soon exhibited somewhere else. But yeah, I was really, really happy for the reaction on people to want to touch. And I think that that was really the object, the focus of the exhibition as well, that people feel that they don't want to know what is the product, but what is the material, that we have a different connection to objects as well from the material perspective. And do you have an example of how it is aging and the color is changing? Yeah, the plant ages and the color changes. It's just part of the identity of the fiber. Yeah, should I say? There's some more, but more comments.
What are the other ones?
Our website, Instagram. I will write it down here.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, just added the website, Rosana.
That's not my website.
Oh.
My website is under construction, but I will write you the Instagram where I post all the stories of the project and behind the material research. Oh, I wrote it wrong. The second email, the first one was wrong. Sorry. Yeah, should I stop this?
And do you have your Instagram, Rosana?
Yeah, I put it there.
We only have your email.
I saw it.
Yeah. If you can please add your Instagram.
Instagram. Yeah. Yeah, and I will, yeah. Bye-bye.
Hello again. I'm extremely proud of the students, all graduates of the Design Academy in Eindhoven, which is my favorite school in the world, as some of you know. I gave 10 years of my life to this incredible institution, and I'm so incredibly happy that it's still going so strong. The graduation show was pretty mind-blowing, especially since most of this work is made under COVID circumstances, which made it even more outstanding. We move on with our book program. There is now a speaker. I don't know him. I don't have his book, but I have heard about his book from the graphic designer. And I was really sort of concerned about the subject because it's about the farmers in the Netherlands. And there's a lot of havoc between farmers and government and farmers and public. But there's also farmers choosing a new way of life, another way of life, another vision, another structure, another future. And this book is called BOER doet leven, which means farmer creates life. And we will have Berno Strootman, who is the author of this book. And he used to be in charge of a governmental position where you think and scheme about the future of farming in this country. So he is very important here. And he has discovered, I would say, the seeds of change. And he is going to walk us through his book and therefore give an idea of the new farming landscape of the flat Netherlands.
Hello, Berno, are you there?
Berno.
He was there.
We're here.
No, he's gone off for a second. Maybe I have to call him. Just bear with us 1 second. He's just been cut off. Hello, Berno. Are you able to share your screen?
And unmute your mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can share my screen and start my video. Hi.
Hello.
And
nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. I will share my screen in a minute. Yep.
So if you just make it full screen, then we're ready to go.
Yeah. I'm trying, but it doesn't work. Just a minute.
Philip, you know how to coach?
Yeah. Just a minute.
That's okay.
I don't know. It doesn't work.
That's okay. Maybe.
I usually do Control L and then it doesn't today.
Maybe, what is that button in the top right next to the X? Will that do it?
Next to the what? The X?
The X in the top right of your screen.
I don't see any X.
In the blue section at the top?
Yeah.
Is there an, no, above the bell?
This?
Yeah, try that.
I did it. Now it's full screen.
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Nope.
Okay, so we're ready to go, Berno.
Right.
Berno?
Ja?
We zijn begonnen, dus...
Oh, oké.
Je bent
Oké, dan ga ik beginnen. Goedemiddag allemaal. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Berno Strookman. I'm a landscape architect from Amsterdam. And together with a lot of people, I made a book on farmers. And it's called BOER doet leven. Translated as Farming for Life. And it contains 20 portraits of landscape farmers. And I will explain later what that is about. I made this book. I have, as a landscape architect, I have my own office with about 16 people in Amsterdam. And for the last 4 years, between 2016 and 2020, I was, besides the work for the office, I was half-time together with Floris Alkmaar and Daan Zandbelt, a member of the Board of Governors Advisors. We are 3 designers, a landscape architect, and an urban planner. And we advise the ministers, solicited and unsolicited, on affairs concerning spatial quality and spatial development of the Netherlands. And one of the items I focused on in these 4 years is the relation between agriculture and landscape. And this is also where the book came from. This is a minister from some decades ago, Sikkel Mansholt. He was also in the European Commission later. First, he was a minister in the Netherlands, Minister of Agriculture. And it was the period just after the war. And the motto was never more hunger. People in the war were suffering from hunger. The agriculture in the Netherlands was still quite undeveloped in his eyes, and he wanted to have farmers develop their skills and develop their scales in order to produce more food. And that worked. If we look at these diagrams, we can see that the percentage of our income that we spend on food has decreased from about 70% 150 years ago to about 11% a couple of years ago in the Netherlands. And so in the Netherlands, we pay about 10% of our income on buying food. This is, of course, wonderful, and the quality of the food is usually very good. The choice is huge. it comes from the Netherlands, but mostly the food we buy here in the supermarkets comes from the outside. We import about 75% of our food, and we export about 75% of our food, different kind of food, of course. But if you look at a counter side of this, you can see that this doesn't come cheap. The price has lowered, and it was so food is cheaper now compared to our incomes than it was a decade or some decades ago. But we pay the price in a different way. We are eating into our social capital, you could say. Because the current intensive farming is the expense of the landscape, of the nature, of the environment, and of our welfare. This is what I spent a lot of energy on in the last 4 years, because if you look at the landscape very well, and if you look at diagrams and numbers of the last decades, in fact, the period after the Second World War, you noticed, and especially bird lovers notice, that the countryside has fallen still. The number of birds found on farming land has dropped by 60 to 70% since the 1960s. So we pay the price for this cheap food in a different way. We also have serious problems because of the very high nitrogen level in natural areas. And you can see on this map that the red areas that are mostly the nature areas, they have severe problems in nitrogen levels, which come not only, but mostly from agriculture. We also have an increasing problem of drought in our country. You can see it. This summer of 2021 was quite wet, but the years before were really, really dry, drier than we experienced normal. And water supply in the growing season, which is from April to October, more or less, is really becoming a problem. And what we see is that you could have the impression that farmers have become very rich and very wealthy, and some of them have, of course, but also some of them are trapped into a kind of oil carrier on the sea, which is going in a direction that they would prefer to change, but because they put a lot of investment in a certain kind of agriculture, it's very hard for them to change. So we are, as a society, we are trapped inside, a very complicated situation where farmers, at least a lot of farmers, would like to change, where society would like to change, where we really have to change because of European rules. We cannot do it. Not at least we cannot do it easily. That's why we, as a board, propagated a new deal between farmer and society. A decent income for the farmer and a healthy and attractive landscape. That was our goal. And we did a lot of advice, we did a lot of discussions and a lot of projects on this theme. The first one was Panorama the Netherlands. It's a vision for the spatial future of the Netherlands. Not only agriculture, also urban development, also the water development, energy questions and climate questions, and also biodiversity. And we made a vision, a spatial vision for the next 20, 30 years, in which we propagate that they should be integrated and that you have to use your imagination and your design skills to design a new integrated future for the Netherlands. Here you can see the panorama. It was a circle of 8 meters in diameter where you could stand inside and see an image of what the Netherlands could be like in 20, 30 years if you would integrate all the challenges we are facing at this moment in a smart way. We also organized a competition, a design competition, where we invited farmers and designers to work together. This was never done before. It was very interesting. We chose 16 teams as winners, and they got money to work out their plans. We also made a large advice, and we did 3 pilots, working together with farmers and with designers in 3 parts of the Netherlands, in different landscapes, different soil, different types of agriculture. And based upon these pilots, we made an advice and wrote some essays on how this new deal between farmer and society could be reached. And we presented this advice at the minister. This is our minister, Carole Schouten, Minister of Agriculture and Food. We are now facing a new ministry, that at least a new group of ministers will be chosen. We had elections and they're still trying to form a government. And we don't know if this minister will be coming back, but she was very interested, and it is, well, at least in her mind, to try to reach this new deal. And if you look at all those plans and all those competitions and advices, you might sometimes think that the farmer of the future is science fiction, that it's still, that he or her has still needs to be invented. But nothing could be further from the truth. Tomorrow's farmer is already here today. There are pioneers all over the Netherlands that are showing that it's possible. So I wanted to end the period of 4 years being a government advisor in writing a book, a very positive, very realistic book in which we show that the future of farming is not something that still has to be invented. We wanted to put the 20 farmers in the spotlights that already work in the way we think a lot more farmers should do. That's why we decided to make a book. Petra Janssen, a writer, Dutch writer, and I thought of making this book. And Casper, together with Jantien de Boer, wrote all the portraits, and we had 2 photographers making all the pictures. I'll show the names later. This is a book with portraits of landscape farmers, as we call them. We say the farmer of the future already exists. This is the team, 3 authors. The portraits were all written by Petra Janssen and Jantien de Boer. I wrote an introduction and guided all the interviews. We had 2 photographers, Harry Kok, who was mostly working on the landscape photographers, and Sarah Wong, mostly the portraits. Lopez Lab, Mariola Lopez and her team worked on the design, and Lecturis is the publisher. And there's a stand of Lecturis on the Dutch Design Week right now, so if you want to buy the book, you can go there and find it. This book was, well, if you make a book, you need funding, a lot of funding, because it was a lot of, you need a lot of money to make a book. And these are all the, well, the contributors to the funding, the college of the board of advisors where I was a member of, but also the ministry and a lot of provinces, etc. They funded. We looked, Casper and I made a list of about 80 farmers that we knew, or we asked in our network about who could be interesting as a candidate for the book. And we got about 80 names, very different farmers, very different areas, very different enterprises, you could say. And we made a selection to give a broad view. We wanted them to be around the country, in different landscapes, in different soil types, but also different types of agriculture. And so this is the selection of the 20. I will present some of the farmers in the book, not all of them, but some of them with some quotes of them, because the quotes are usually very interesting, I think. I wrote an intro about, well, in fact, what I'm telling now about what has happened in the landscape in the last 50, 60 years, and that we really need a change, and that these farmers can, who already work in a very different way, can be the inspiration for other farmers, and also for people who are buying food. And these are some pages of the book. And with every portrait, we also have a short summary of the administration. About how many acres or hectares of land they have, what kind of soil it is, what they produce, where they sell it to, what kind of vegetables they produce, what kind of cows they have, how many calves there are, etc. So I'll start now with some of the portraits. Every portrait starts with an important quote. And this is a very nice family in the east of the country. Jos and Dorothy Eltring. This is Jos and this is his daughter. This is his father. So it's really a family business. And Jos says, if you start a fight with nature, you will always lose. In spite of the size of the company with 140 cows and some grain production, it still has been possible to keep and reinforce the small-scale landscape. Following nature, as farmer Jos puts it. Beautiful landscape with solitary oaks, but also with very nice hedgerows, with lanes of trees and parts of forest, and well, wonderful landscape. Very motivated people. The second farmer is Jack Verhulst. He's in the southwest of the country. And Jack says, as a 7th-generation farmer, we have a long history as a farming family, and we want to pass it down to the next generation in a responsible way. Caring for the animals, for nature, and for health are always our priorities, says Farmer Jack. And Farmer Jack, with his family, is in the southwest of the country. He planted a lot of trees, little forests, but also like these rows of trees, etc. And he's working in a way. He also started a foundation which is called Landscape Farming, just after the book, and he's a very motivated person to do it in a different way. The next one is this couple, Wil and Lisanne Sturkenboom. They were farmers in Flevoland, which is the most large-scale part, quite young landscape, good clay. They were organic farmers, but they wanted to make a change. They went in the city fringes of Amsterdam and started this farm, which is really aimed at the people working and living in the city. And they practice a high-quality circular farming on the outskirts of Amsterdam. You can buy there. There are many people also from the area around it working there. You can pick your own fruits and like here with your family, cherries from the tree. Very nice event for the children as well. And they have a shop where they sell their own products, but also different organic products they like. Next farmers are Rick and Arjuna, and they are it's a very nice couple. They were artists. Rick is a son of a farmer, but he was trained to be an artist. He didn't want to become a farmer. But then his father became old and wanted to sell the farm. And then he thought, well, this would be terrible. Then somebody else will come here and will change it all. And then he decided, together with his wife, Arjuna, to become a farmer. So from an artist, he became a farmer. He went to school again and learned to be a farmer. And they are an odd couple in the area, because most of the farmers around them are farming very different. So they say, we are a bit out of place here. When we built our new shed, he says, which is partly open, the neighbors thought the money had run out. He says, yes, if you become a farmer, you don't choose an easy way. And that's for them really true. It's not an easy way, but they do wonderful things, and it goes on. It improves, and their income is improving as well. Here he's working together with his father, because his father wanted to stop, but now when Rick has become a farmer himself, his father is helping him a lot here in the shed where they milk the cows. And in the middle of the country, Chris and Marianne Borren. They have a chicken farm, and usually if you have a chicken farm in the Netherlands, you don't see any chicken because they are all inside. And this is Chris and Marianne. They say, well, chickens live by nature on the edge of the forest, and they have a biological poultry company, the Lankerenhof, and people, a chicken can really go into the trees there, and they walk around freely and sit in the trees. You can see it here, and they mix with cows, so it's really a funny sight to see all those animals working together, and they put a lot of energy also in the landscape. This farmer Isbrand Galema, he's from the north, really a bird lover. He's here with an oyster catcher, and he's a farmer, a Frisian grassland bird missionary, a pole vaulter, and an artist. And here you can see it with this. He really loves the landscape. So he propagates nature on the area where the cows graze, and he really loves to work with the bird. He rings them. These are forgot the name in English. Really a grassland bird that migrates, and for those birds, the Netherlands is really an important country on their way. They come from Africa and they come here to breed, and they are ringed by Isbrand. Then we go to the southwest of the country, to Jan and his family Duindam. This is a very professional company, and they have a lot of people working for them as well. And he says, in fact, you have to view the whole of farming in the ideal case as a web in which nature and agriculture are interwoven and are dependent on one another. And Jan is convinced that it's impossible to do it without nature. You really have to work with nature. People are coming here from cities around, from Rotterdam and Delft, for example, to buy their food that they produce themselves mostly, and sometimes food they buy from other organic farmers. Then we go to the extreme south of the country. This is Peter and Chris, father and son.
It's going to here share screen.
They produce wine, which is not very common. It wasn't very common in the Netherlands. It has become more common since the grape varieties have become also suitable for our country. And he says this landscape belongs to the community. It's not ours. And so because it belongs to the community, you must treat it with care. And it feels like a privilege that we are able to use a large part of the southern slope of the village of IJs. And then you can't say, this is mine and I'll do as I like. You have to be responsible. And they are very responsible. They produce wine in an organic way. Here you can see the landscape. The Netherlands are mostly flat, and this is a very hilly landscape in the extreme south of the country. Then we go to the southwest of the country, where Cornelis Mostelman and his wife Caroline are farming. And as a farmer, Cornelis has deliberately not gone with the trend, but he has scaled down. He says, I've invested a lot and it's a great deal of work, but in the meantime, I'm making my dream come true because it gives so much more pleasure and job satisfaction. I'm a proper farmer again, a real farmer, really working on the land and a real entrepreneur. And he's working in strip farming, or strips of mostly 20, 30 meters wide of different crops. And here with his family, the last member of the family has been born now. And here you can see the really open landscape, but still with hedges around, and he's working organic. Then the northeast of the country, this is Sil, Farmer Sil. That's the way he calls himself as well, Boer Sil, Farmer Sil, with his wife Saar, and they are working with horses. They try to avoid using a machine. They have a very old tractor, but it's something he rarely uses. He likes to work with horses because if it works with them, well, they have become friends, and he feels that he can really feel what happens in the land if he works this way. And he says that he would like consumers to give the farmer a hand and to be able to see the vegetables growing. That's the key. So people come to his land and buy the food. And And he says, why do you think people have so little left to buy food? Why do they not want to pay more money? Because they no longer know what they're eating. When my customers can see what an effort it takes to grow a lettuce, they don't mind paying a high price for it, he says. And here, boerin farmer Sar, working with the sheep. Then we go to the north, extreme north, Frisian farmer Dictus, and he says, working in a very beautiful landscape, very small scale landscape. And he says, with agriculture, you can really improve the landscape considerably. And so where agriculture has reduced the quality of the landscape in the last decades, he says you can really build a new landscape and improve the landscape by doing agriculture. Here, one of the pictures of Harikok of this beautiful landscape, very small scale, a lot of birds flying around as well. And then bulbs. The Netherlands are famous for bulbs, but usually a lot of chemicals are used to produce the bulbs. And there's one really large organic bulb farmer, and that is this couple, John and Johanna Huiberts. And I've been there as well, and it really looks like a nature area, and the bulbs are there as well, but the bulb fields don't look remotely like the familiar fallow bulb fields. Bulb farmers John and Johanna do not leave an expanse of bare sand here after the harvest. He says biodiversity is produced here, and it's still beautiful after the harvest. It looks more like a nature reserve, floral borders around the fields, while the ditches are lined with flowers in bloom and tall mixed plants that enrich the land. And you can see it here. You can see the soil as well. The soil is really soft and very black. It contains a lot of organic material, which is usually not the case in the bulb production. And then the last one, and this is also the lady on the cover of the book. This is the family Deining. This is Welmoed Deining, a young farmer. And she says they're very relaxed, a very relaxed family. And in the Netherlands, there are a lot of company consultants, etc. They are coming to the farmers and advising them to use their products, for example. And she says, well, we thanked all the company consultants, the fodder suppliers, and everyone else who turned up at the farm to advise the farmer, usually in their own interest. And we also said, if we need you, we will call you. We reversed the roles and we regained control. This is Welmoed with her parents. They were working together, and gradually Welmoed is taking over. Very nice family, very nice way of producing milk in an organic way. And besides the milk they produce, they also produce, you can see here the eggs of birds who are breeding in the grass, and they produce some vegetables like the asparagus as well. So this is the book. I gave you a short impression of it. We handed the book over to the minister, to Carola Schouten, and she says that she thinks it's a book full of inspiring stories. I hope it helps to change the policy of agriculture. And also, as a consumer, of course, you can help these landscape inclusive forms of farming by how you cast your vote. Every 4 years in the Netherlands, we choose our government. And there are many parties to choose from. Some really want to change the agriculture and improve the quality of nature and landscapes, and others, don't think that's very important. So the most important choice is every 4 years is what kind of government you choose. And also you choose every day by the food you buy and where you buy it and how much you are prepared to pay it. So our conclusion of the book is that it's in fact really simple. You get the landscape you choose. Thank you for your attention.
Dank je, Berno. That was a very beautiful presentation, first of all, very enlightening to see that this is happening in the Netherlands. Many things I didn't know. It's very hopeful. I was told that you had to come back from your first holiday since COVID to do this presentation. So thank you extra much. Also, you're such a gifted personal speaker. We have a lot of loving remarks about your work here.
Oh,
so,
good.
yeah, people ask, will there be an English translation?
Oh, of the book, you mean?
Yeah.
We didn't plan it, but if there are, maybe we can talk with the publisher. The Dutch version is still available. If there are many people applying to the publisher, if you send an email to the publisher, and if there are many people who like it to be in English, then of course we can organize it. Yeah.
Well, we don't have that power, but it's something to consider, I think, because the Dutch are so famous for farming. So this puts a completely new light on that story. Thank you very, very much. We go from farming to food, so that is very simple for me. So thank you. Maybe you can stop your video now, so I can.
Yep.
My next speaker. Thank you so much. Hope to meet you soon.
Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Bye. So when I entered the Netherlands 2 weeks ago, I went to a bookstore to check if there was anything I was forgetting in our list, which was already getting pretty big. And I found this little book on the counter of the bookstore, which is called Crisiskoken by the author Mara Grimm. And it immediately sort of touched me because by its simplicity, by its honesty, by its directness, by its simple binding, by its friendly paper. And so I got in touch with Mara and got her to share with us today this journey of making this book, which is a COVID book. And it's a fantastic illustration for whoever wants to express and make books, that you should just do it. Mara, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Yes, I was going to talk about this book that we made incredibly quickly during the first lockdown. And it actually came about because I was stuck in Amsterdam and actually working on another book in Paris, where I partly live. But because of the lockdown, I was unable to travel. So I figured I'd do something else with my time. And I actually didn't think about a book yet. I started a small blog with low budget recipes. A long time ago, I graduated from the University of Amsterdam on cookbooks that were published during the First and the Second World War. And ever since, I've been collecting low budget recipes. And I thought maybe this was a good time to share them and do something with them. So as you can see, I have a very poor feeling for the internet. So constructed a very simple website to share these recipes. And I have a lot of friends that were suddenly out of work, that were musicians or working in a theater, and they all of a sudden had saw their income decrease, and at the same time people started cooking. So I thought this was a perfect timing. And next to my own recipes, I asked a lot of chefs to share theirs, which was actually great timing, because for the first time in their lives, they actually had time to create new recipes, because they were all stuck at home since the restaurants were closed. So I started it slowly, announced it on Instagram, and then it really took off with this meatball that was made by 3 Michelin star chef Jonny Boer of restaurant Lidewij in Zwolle. And all of a sudden, everybody started making his meatballs, and the website was going mad, and people were asking for more and more recipes. So we asked more and more chefs. This is semolina pudding. It's a very low budget pudding that was created by Kees Holtkamp, who is a pâtissier in Amsterdam. And same thing as with the meatballs, all of a sudden everybody started to make them share their pictures on Instagram. So it became a whole community of crisis cooking. So we were, speeding up a little and doing sometimes 2 recipes a day just for the fun, shooting them at our balcony at home with daylight, nothing fancy. And then we thought, okay, if everybody likes the recipe so much, let's see if we can make a book out of it. And we announced it on Instagram and opened a pre-sale for the book. And I think without even making the first page, we already sold 1,000 copies in the first week. So here we were making a book with absolutely nothing. I phoned one publisher who wasn't interested and said it was not a commercially interesting project. So I decided to do it myself, which actually turned out to be much more fun because we got to break with all the rules of publishing. We had no sort of budget for cover design, for backgrounds, for styling. And we're very used to work with a whole team of stylists and chefs, and when we're making other books. So this was the first time we were doing it with absolutely nothing. So we went on the street, that's me, collecting cardboards to use as backgrounds for the photography. As you can see here, this is a recipe by Michelin-starred chef Sirko Bakker, and he has Indonesian roots. He made a recipe of nasi goreng, which is a breakfast recipe actually made with leftover rice from the night before. And this is my partner, who is the photographer of the book, stuck between all the cardboards in a balcony. So this is how the pictures turned out to be, but we wanted more than cardboards. So we were looking for other materials. This is actually my son enjoying everything because we were homeschooling at the same time. We also decided to use newspapers that were published during COVID as background. So here you can see a beautiful spread in Het Parool of a completely empty dumb square that we used as a background for this great soup by Joris Beidendijk, chef of the Rijks Museum. And this is actually a picture I was not sure if we could use because it is a spread also in a Parool of an intensive care. So I really, wasn't sure if we should use it, if it was maybe too harsh, but graphically I found it so beautiful that we decided to use it anyway. Here in the background you could see the 2 Vogues, Italian Vogues, that had completely white covers. They were published, I think, in May as a tribute to all the medical staff in Italy. So then we were looking for a printer as well. And we thought to keep it local. And we found this printer around the corner. Raddraaier. They actually originated in the squat scene a long time ago. They're still, they're much older now, it's still punks though. And great help, have a lot of smart ideas about, helping out with publishing a book on a low budget. They're very used to print theater announcements, program books, and they had a lot less work because of the crisis. So they had time to help us think and help us look for, leftover papers and stuff like that. So they were really, really great help. And also it was actually felt very nice to publish a book just around the corner, because I'm very used to, having sent your manuscript away to China and then wait 3 weeks and then just wait and see how it turns out. And now all of a sudden we could, stand next to the press and see how it came about. And that made much more sense, actually. I think I will never change that again, because in food, we talk a lot about sustainability and how important it is to work with local produce. And it's very funny to see all these books focusing on, you know, local carrots, but being printed in Italy. So I think there's definitely time to change that. And well, as you can see, we were just, you know, in the binding process was also basically a 20-minute drive from our house. So we could see, this is printing still, we could see how it came about. And so the process of making that book was actually pretty quick. And we decided to, I think, well, it's 3 months, March till June. We decided to print a stamp in all of the books as to make it, to emphasize the fact that it is a souvenir of the lockdown. And now we've sold 16,000 copies, and we've raised with that 40,000 euros for the food banks. And actually, right now we are our book is in a Rijks Museum because it had an award for Best Dutch Book Design. Which is really funny because we started out with absolutely nothing, no budget. The cover you see, I drew it myself because there was no money for cover design. Yeah, I think it's a great surprise to see it in a museum. It's also a great surprise to speak here because I think it's the simplest book I've ever made. Yet at the same time, it's the book I'm most proud of, and I've definitely learned lots of lessons from it, so that you absolutely don't need, just as for good food, you don't need caviar, you don't need lobster. The same thing goes for books. You don't need the best, you don't need a full equipped studio. You don't need a team of stylists or 50 shades of tablecloths to, you know, choose how you're going to style your picture. You don't need a lot of china. You can just, you know, cook the food, take a picture and print it. So I think there's definitely a lesson in that. Also, it opened my eyes in, you know, what you can do with self-publishing, because normally, at least in Holland, I think it's different in every country, but in Holland, usually cookbook authors, they just get 10% royalties from the publisher. So I've now seen how cheap it is to make a book. So you wonder where the rest of it goes. A lot of it, of course, belongs to the book shops, and I think we should keep it that way. But making this book myself and seeing how you can actually donate still lots of money to the food bank, and actually sell it through just Instagram and websites, opened my eyes in, you know, how the world of book production is changing and book selling is changing. And I think that needs definitely a lot more thought. I really would like to continue supporting the bookshops, but I think something in the system needs to change, especially authors and their royalties. But that's maybe a different subject for another time. So if there's, I don't know if you're able to ask any questions. I think you're not. But if you have, you could just send me an email.
There are questions.
Yes.
The big question is if it's also going to be translated in English. And my answer for you would be to them, make your own book. Because I think your lecture is as much about the book as about how to make a book and why you should make your own books. And I think that is so incredibly welcome for our audiences to incite us, I think, to make our own books and, you know, go it alone. Did you mention, another question, did you mention what you did for the World Bank, for the food bank?
Yes, maybe too quickly, but we decided to donate 250 of every book to the food bank. And the book in bookshops, it costs 15 euros. And in the pre-sale, we offered it for 10 euros. So actually, we thought that it was going to be a completely non-profit book because, we also had to pay our tax. But since we actually sold so many copies, to our big surprise, it was actually a profitable book. But so 250 of each copy. So we've now already donated 40,000 euros to the food bank.
But that's crazy. That's a very big amount.
Yeah, it is. They're very happy too. So, and it's great to see, but it's also crazy. It's like I said, it opens your eyes of, where the money normally goes. It definitely does go to the authors. So that's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, what I really loved in one of the recipes is to use all the rest pasta, because I always throw them away, and then I say, oh, I can make pasta because I don't have any. And now I learned that you can just cook them one after the other, the longest, and you add, the shorter and the shorter, and then you have a meal with a collage of pasta. That's an amazing idea, I think.
Well, yeah, that's the basic of crisis cooking, is just not to throw anything away and to substitute one thing with the other. So that's what we try to learn a lot from it. So there's a lot of recipes with old bread in it, but we also try to, tell the readers in the text that if there's a sauce with, I don't know, bell peppers and you don't have any, it's really okay to just substitute them for any vegetable leftovers in your fridge. So because that's the whole idea, just to cook with whatever you have. And the same with the book, just make the book with whatever you have.
Yeah,
it's actually the limitations in cooking and in bookmaking that make, that boost your creativity. Because when you have all the budget in the world for cooking and for bookmaking, you're gonna make it harder because you get to choose everything, and that's impossible. And when you just limit yourself to things you have, even when you go into your fridge right now and you cook a 3-course meal, it will be better than any meal you cook from a cookbook.
It's fantastic. What is the book you are working on now? Can you lift the veil on what is happening?
Yeah, I'm working right now on a book called Etiquette, and it's about the best way to eat classics. So it's not really about table manners. It's more about, how to improve the taste. So for example, oysters are served very often on ice, which is really nonsense because they get too cold and you kill the flavor. So really, from 100 or 101 things, I sorted out the best way to eat them.
Great.
And this I will also self-publish with the same printer, of course. And I will also start selling it on Instagram, I think next week. And I'm still sorting out, the best way to collaborate with bookshops, because I do that for Crisiskoken as well. But there's very few bookshops I work with, because it's very hard to, distribute the book yourself. So I'm still thinking about solutions for that.
Right. Well, Mara,
but there's no way back. Once you self-publish, it's really hard to to go back, because now I just get to do what I want and break with all the rules of publishing. I think for the past 12 books I've made, I had always big arguments with the publishers because I never wanted a photograph in front on the cover of my books, and they always told me you have to have a food photo in front of a cookbook, because if you don't put a food photo in front of your cookbook, you won't sell it. So now I get to make a book without a food photo on it, and I sold more books than all of my others. So it's fun to break with the rules and to completely ignore all the old-fashioned rules and do your own thing.
It's super nice. Thank you so much to give us this time and this talk, to sort of give this as an incentive to the whole world to create books. It's very wonderful. And the book itself is amazing. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
We're waiting for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now you can, if you, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to introduce. Okay, thank you, Lee. Okay, we have 2 guests. Really nice project. I will show you the book. It's called MINITOPIA. And I'm really pleased that 2 friends of mine of my hometown, Tessa Peters and Rolf van Boxmeer, will explain you something about MINITOPIA. We all started, I think, 5 years ago with big experiments in our city, Den Bosch, in the middle of the Netherlands. And yeah, it's about freedom. It's about living. I think they can explain more, but I'm really proud that they came so far and they're going to explain how they are building this MINITOPIA area. I would like to come.
Hi, everybody. Welcome at our presentation of the book MINITOPIA. Thanks a lot that we can share our story here. We're very happy that we can do that. So I'm Tessa Peters, and besides me is Rolf van Boxmeer. I'm an artist and a public designer, and Rolf is an architect. Together we work now for 8 years, and we started as professionals who have a lot of interest in how we can involve citizens with the development of their city to improve the quality of life. We organized different kinds of projects like interactive inflatables. Oh yeah, you should go to the next page.
Yes, next slide.
Yeah, so here you can see some projects that we do, like interactive inflatables, games and festivals. We started a design studio Rezone. And after 2 years, we had the opportunity to use temporary a vacant lot for an exposition. It was a piece of land. It was a piece of land that's owned by the housing corporation. The construction of the apartment building was postponed. The site has left for 10 years and becomes a green oasis with many pioneering trees, such as birch, willow, and many blackberries. So we wanted to show you a different kind of photo.
Yeah, I need to go back.
Yes.
This one. Yeah.
This one,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Almost up and running.
Yeah, so we work together with artists, designers, and local residents, and professionals from social and commercial construction. As an exposition, we place a number of show houses, for example, tiny house and micro houses. An inflatable workspace, you can see here at the background, the white one. And a place for reflection as center of the area. We organized lectures, presentation, tours, and made scenes of all the information that we collected. During this exposition, we researched the new housing demand. I could say that the demands that used to be more the exceptions now becoming a larger group than the normal house demand. And our workflow is learning by doing. And we're doing it together with multiple stakeholders. After a while, designer came to us and wanted to live on the site. We arranged through the municipality that they could live in a legal good construction. The support grew rapidly, and our following of potentials new residents grow. After 2 years, we have to live there. And through debates that we invited in the most important stakeholders, the LEVEN, the director of the Housing Corporation, and the national master builder, Floris Alkemade, who was a real fan of our project. In that debate, we are promised that the municipality would make a new site available. So this is the new location. It was a former environmental street. There you can take your waste. We believe that from every location you can turn into something beautiful. We heard that we can use the plot in the end of October 2017, and we submitted the permit in January 2018. We started on the site in May 2018, so it's a really fast process. Over the course of a year, we have given 30 households the opportunity to realize their own housing dream. We ourselves felt the need to record everything that we learned in the entire process in a book. The method we used, we want to change society and give tools to people who wanted to live differently. We contacted NIE, a well-known architecture publisher, and they are immediately enthusiastic. And we also approached again the master builder, Floris Alkemaar, again for the forward, what he did wrote. We were very happy there because he was a good vision about the future of the Netherlands regarding housing. Netherlands facing a major housing challenge by 2035. 1 million houses must be built. He also referenced Constant Nieuwenhuis, which you can see now an image on screen, who had came up with the new Babylon as model for a new form of collaboration, a carefully designed environment with people who can focus on creativity and play. So now even where government, companies and people are looking for what living should look like, the imagination is stimulated. So Rolf will tell you now more about the content of the book. As basic framework, we have the first one is living. There's a need for different living. One is lighter, one is more flexible, more sustainable, and more affordable. 2, construction. Here we give examples for a new form of living, and we explain how you can realize your own house. 3, life. Here we explain our concept and the process of urban development. And 4, future. Here we show the perspectives of all the partners and give a look to the future from our concept. So now Rolf will speak further.
Okay, thank you. Also very happy to be here. A great opportunity to show our project. So this is the book. I will first discuss the aspect of living. Yeah, but what I heard in the previous talk is what we also apply on this project is breaking the rules. So all the people that live in MINITOPIA somehow break the rules and look for new ways of living. And living is, we see in the most broad sense. So not only house, but how do they live together? So the people that live at MINITOPIA are looking for real new ways of living together. So this is a picture of Vier. This is his own house. And what you can say about Vier and all the people that live at MINITOPIA is that they are looking for new affordable ways to make their own house. So at MINITOPIA, everybody gets a chance to make his own house. And what we see is that all the people that live at MINITOPIA want to live more sustainable, smaller. They all build their own small dream house with a tiny budget, and they make their own houses. And Vier has built his own house with second-hand storage units, as you can see. And people are looking for ways that they can make their own house affordable. And this is one way to do that. This is Thomas Trum. He's also a famous artist that you may know. He also lives at MINITOPIA, and what you want to show with this picture is that all the houses at MINITOPIA are personal. So a regular project development, you build 100 times the same house. At MINITOPIA, you get the chance to make your own house, and it's specific for one person, because it's a flexible concept. And what we experience is that a lot of people really like it, that they can make their own house. It's maybe a bit tinier, but it's your house. So a lot of people like that. What also a lot of people that live at MINITOPIA are looking for is more nature, back to nature. So this is a spot from Koen, and he lives also at MINITOPIA. This is near an urban area, but has created this intense green environment. And I think that everybody would love this terrace at his house. What's also important for MINITOPIA for us is that we are looking for new ways of construction. So the traditional housing companies, business, construction organizations, is that they in the Netherlands all built with concrete, with bricks, with stone. There's only one concept: you build for 50 years or you build for 1 year. And we try to show that you can also build with different materials, different ways, that you can also build a house for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years. So you have a much broader spectrum of building houses and with different kinds of budgets. Not all houses need to be very expensive. All these people at MINITOPIA have their own small, separated house, and we try to make that possible at MINITOPIA locations. So it's very important that everybody can build their own small dream house. This is a close-up of MINITOPIA in Den Bosch. These are self-built houses, but also smaller houses that you can buy. We believe in that people can live lighter and more flexible, but we also believe, besides light living, we believe in light urbanism, that you can make areas with lesser budget, ready for living and for making houses at these places. And the people at MINITOPIA build their own houses, and we as MINITOPIA create the public space. So what we do is that we do the entire process ourselves. As the previous one, she made her own book. We built our own total area of the site. So we did the sewage, we did the plumbing, we did water, electricity, all ourselves. And because if you do it yourself, you can do it in different ways, and you can create different ways of maybe also cheaper, making urban developments ready for living. So this is Stijn. He has built his own tiny house with biodegradable materials. So this is also a very important aspect at MINITOPIA, is that we build with different kinds of materials. So a lot of wood, a lot of bio-based, a lot of materials that are secondhand, and you can make really fine houses with them. So this house, after maybe 10 or 20 years, you could throw it at the garbage, and it will go with nature and leave no leftovers. Also we provide building kits for people so that people can build their own houses. This is Patricia. She built her own house with her family and friends, and we provided the building kit so that people who are not maybe as good at like a real construction professional, but as an amateur you can build also your own house with this building kit. And we use that also at different locations. We provide people the tools so that they can build their own houses. This is a house we did in the west of Brabant, and we also provide that, and we make our own houses. So as besides creating areas, we also create our own building systems. But also is a very important aspect is when people come to MINITOPIA, they are looking for more affordable ways of living, so that they don't have the big, financial obligations. They also want to live closer to nature, more in contact with the seasons. But what they also already often say to us is that they are looking for a form of community. And that's a light community, we prefer to say, because it's not like they live in, that they all eat together and that they all have to do everything together, but people have their own houses, but they do share a lot, and they do share the same vision as how you can live and to be more sustainable and to share. And that makes it a complete different area of living. So this is an image that shows us the light community. We have a lot of families. We have also different kinds of target audiences, as I may say, but all kinds of people live at MINITOPIA. So it's just not a really small niche for some people, but we see that more and more people are like this way of living. So the people build their own houses, but we try to stimulate that there also are a lot of collective functions. So this is a swimming pool that one of the residents built. It's in a collective area, so everybody can use this pool. what for us is our main concern at these locations is that the quality of the collective space stays intact, and all the residents at MINITOPIA, we always say, kind of have a healthy building appetite. So they constantly want to build things and create new things. But we have to somehow manage the overall quality of the terrain. So we created with one of the residents a toolkit, and the toolkit you can use to add extra constructions at the site, so that somehow it's under control in aesthetical ways, but also that some constructions can provide things for all the residents at MINITOPIA. What's a very important thing in urban planning is the split between private and public. And we try to change that, because so in the Netherlands you always have this private plot, you build fences and then it's public. At MINITOPIA we don't create plots, but we create places for the houses. You can build your house, and all the rest of the terrain is collective area. So when you step out of your door, then you step into the collective area, and that makes the border between public and private more diffuse, and because of that you get a different way of living together. And that's a very important aspect for us, because if we go to new areas and we create new projects, the first thing we say, we don't create plots, we create collective space. And that's the starting point of this kind of MINITOPIAs. So in this location we built, we call it the Netherlands Terpen. It's like a green circle around the house, and that's where we all put the sewage in and electricity and the infrastructure. But it's also a kind of a border between the public and the private that people can use as their own garden, but they cannot place fences in the Terpen. So that creates a completely different atmosphere at MINITOPIA. So future, we're constantly trying to make MINITOPIA bigger and better, because the concept of MINITOPIA gets better when we have more areas, because we strongly believe in flexible living areas. So the houses at MINITOPIA are all transportable, demountable, modular. So the idea is that you can, if you move, you take your house. So it's your personal thing. And if you go to a new location, then you take your house. It's like a big, regular moving, and then you bring your house to a new spot. So if we want to do this, we have to create more places, and that's what's happening now. So we are also creating more houses. This is a house we built with the future tenant of a housing corporation, also in Brabant, and she designed her own house as a tenant, and created a wonderful new home for her. It's affordable, and it's compact, it's sustainable, and it's completely designed as the future tenant wishes it. Went too fast. So we're also creating new areas. This is an area in the West of Brabant, 10 small houses built by themselves, built by a building kit from us, or bought by people, and they all again stand in close relation to nature and have their collective space that they all together make something of it. So they create a garden, they create their own collective spot. So this works really great. As of future things, this one is the plot happening in Eindhoven. This is at a scale for us, as we have never seen before. So this is what's happening in Buurtschap de Veld here in Eindhoven. There will be a place for 100 self-built houses. And we think that's really great that this is possible. And I don't think that it's in the Netherlands happened before, that at such a scale, people can build their own houses with a small budget, create their own collective space together with other residents. So this is a really positive thing, and we hope that a lot of more of these terrains will happen, and that people can exchange places if they want to go from Den Bosch to Eindhoven, and so create all these new flexible, affordable places where people can live. So this is our last slide, maybe a bit too fast. We want to thank our people who make this book possible. That's Stimuleringsfonds Creatieve Industrie, NAI 010 and Kunstlok Brabant. So thank you.
Maybe there are some questions.
We don't really have a system of questions.
Okay.
But can you maybe tell them where it's possible to buy your book?
Yeah, you can buy it at the website of the NAI or at bol.com or at our website. That is minitopia.eu.
It's only in Dutch, huh?
Yeah, it's only in
And
Dutch.
it's only in Dutch. Yeah.
But we will send everybody the links to where to buy the books and the titles after the event.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I see you?
Yes, of course.
Well, thank you, Tessa and Rolf, for this other incredible journey into the little country of the Netherlands. I know that all of you now think that this is the ideal country in the world if you hear all these stories breaking the rules one after the other. We wish it would be true. There's still a lot of work to do, and this is really, we're talking to the pioneers of this country, and we have the privilege to do that. So, and we take you with us in this, in the slipstream of this discovery. It's very enlightening. Thank you very, very much. We didn't know that there was this freedom of building already achieved. Now, the book club is not over yet. There is two more books. Philip, is two more books to go. From two of my best friends. And the first book is a book by Tirza Schaap. And she will share this book with you, which is highly visual because she's a photographer. And I wrote an introduction to the book, so I'm just going to read a bit. Her light, almost childlike frame gives the agile impression of weightlessness and effortlessness. Her curiosity is limitless, her energy relentless, her body of work timeless. It all seems to come naturally, her inquisitive mind decoding what she sees and reaching unique aesthetic decisions. She always used to photograph people and portraits and some fashion and some nature. And then she suddenly changed her lens and looked towards the beaches in South Africa, where she encountered the horror of the plastic harvest. And instead of just, mourning this loss of beauty, she decided to recreate this ugliness into a new beauty, to warn society about its devastating power. So Tirza, please take us through your book and the process and your emotions also while going through this whole labor, which has become your life for the last few years. Thank you so much.
It is, huh? It became my life. Can you hear me already?
Yes, you're
okay. Good. Okay, good. I'm gonna open my shared screen now. Yeah, that was a really good introduction, Lidewij. Nothing more to say for me now. Just kidding. Plastic Ocean, welcome to the world of Plastic Ocean. I'm a Dutch photographer and artist, and when I start spending more time in South Africa and spending more time at the beaches, I start picking up, instead of nice little findings you find on the beach, like a polished piece of driftwood or a nice piece of shell or stone. I was also attracted by the pieces of plastic, the colorful pieces of polished plastic by the ocean, because of the elements which kind of worn those colors out, worn those shapes to smoother shapes. And I found them beautiful, and I found them disgusting. And I started a kind of quirky, funny project, which was sketch of the day, pick it up and throw it away. And as a photographer, I found it, like the before and after moments, interesting to show my friends on social media, to share the astonishment I felt finding all this trash on those beautiful beaches. And I was walking this morning on a trail here in Cape Town, and we had a little bit of a higher perspective, so I could look right on the ocean, and I saw this immense blue surface. And then when I look at it, I can almost not believe that there is so much waste, so much debris, so much disgusting elements floating around there. And the ocean is hiding it for us so beautifully, and it's only spitting out its trash on the shores, on the beaches. So started picking up with a doggy, but one thing led to the other. So we started doing whole trips to desolated beaches, on the more touristic beaches, obviously, they are cleaned because tourists are coming, and the things I found there, if it's not cleaned so much by the city or so, that's more like yesterday's trash. So a lot of people still bring single use of packaging to the beach, and don't bother to take it back home. Here on the left, you see like a whole collection I found at Koensrust in Vermakelijkheid. It's more like towards the Indian Ocean. The ocean is warmer there, and that's for why it's also like often tangled up with pieces of coral. So you see the fishing nets, you see fishing wires, everything grown into the coral, and it almost becomes one. So that feels almost like there's been created a second nature, which is horrible and beautiful as well. This is quite impressive. Actually, you see that round circle there. I just used that, so I picked it up a bit longer, but I used it this week for a sculpture. In my work, I'm a photographer, and when I was a child, I was doing a course at school, photography, with my friends. I was only 13, but fell in love with photography right away. And when I was much younger, I also love to create like little sculptures out of things I found from even just in the house. It was not so severe debris or not waste what I do now, but I kind of liked the three-dimensional thing, but I got distracted by photography, and I loved the whole process, the technique, the astonishment of the quick process of photography comparing to painting or drawing. And Yeah, so what I do in my project Plastic Ocean is I'm creating sculptures which are photographs. So this is where photography meets sculptures. So I lead you through some pictures of me picking up the waste, washing it, drying in the hot sun, selecting it. What should I keep? What can go in the recycle bin? And here you see me working on one of the pictures on the right hand side, and I started to make compositions in front of pastel paper backgrounds, and I made this like these mini sets and kind of balanced the pieces of plastic to each other. Often they fall down after a little breeze or because the construction was not good enough. And that was before I started to fixate the sculpture. So it really started as like 1 minute sculptures. And later on, I found it also a little bit I felt sorry for that it broke down, and that was the moment that I started to fixate them and keep them and make constructions which were more permanent. And here you see me taking a picture of the elements. Here is let me see if it's coming now. Here, that's the one. This one is called Birthday Breakfast. It has such a bright early morning feeling with those neat, I don't know, little, what is it? It's like this bow and everything. It's like a beautiful morning. And this is a good example of the earlier works where I kind of try to seduce the viewer to look a little bit longer to the pictures and only then realize that you're just looking at waste, what was spit out by the ocean, which have been floating maybe a long time in the ocean. You see me here in a little bit messy shed, I see. Now it's a little bit more neat and sorted in a better way. So there were a lot of pieces I did not want to throw away in the recycle bin because I also love them, and so I wanted to keep them for other projects. And when more in an earlier process of Plastic Ocean, I photographed the pieces I found that certain day. But if you go on those trips and you find so much, then before you know, you have a whole storage room. You see me here, you see like that it's sometimes really a balancing act to keep it all straight up. This one is called Veil. I think that's a beautiful, touching title because it's trying to hide the frisbee here with a veil. Sorry, I didn't pronounce it right. And here you see that I'm mixing the black. What you see is dried kelp, and because I'm photographing often almost everything actually in the garden, sometimes a little bug sits down on the composition, and sometimes I put in a fallen leaf or a flower and put it in the composition. On the left-hand side, that one is called, the pink one is called Splash of Pink, and this one is used for the WWF for promotional. And this one is called, so it's this really, you see, the titles are quite important to me. This is called Fatal Flowers. So often the titles refer to nature and or they refer to the subjects, or just what you see. This one is called Blues. The front piece of the plastic, what you see here, it's so brittle. If you're not careful enough, it will break in your hands. It's not only the white beaches where I walk, but I also pick up plastic in the edges of the rocks near the ocean. I photograph them often with the pastel black backgrounds, what I just showed you. But sometimes I also photograph them on the beach or in the water, as you see here. I was inspired by floating plastic pieces of plastic bag in the tidal pools and in the rock pools. And this is where I made like a whole anemone shape composition. And this is the result that you see here. Yeah, often in interviews, because plastic ocean is not unnoticed to a lot of people, and people are interested, what is the most funny thing you find? And I don't know what to say really, because actually I didn't really found something super funny. The only thing is what I realized, that it's always depending on the current, what I find. The current, the time of the year makes like all pieces of a certain size flowing and through in the ocean and landing on the beach at the same time. Maybe this is a funny one. It is a bottle with all the shells grow on it, and this is not funny. A remarkable one, and yeah, this is actually an interesting bottle, which a friend of mine she was in Japan and she picked it up there. And I think this one is quite interesting because the bottle can still stand on its own, but you see how all the little pieces are broken off already. And then here you can really see the process. Also, the salt is all grown on, you see the little white pieces on that part. Football shoes, footballs, and there the football in one of the sculptures. And then we go to the book and go back to the shared screen. New share. Even kijken. I think that's it then. And then, yeah, there we are here. Last April, we launched the book Plastic Ocean, and Lidewij was so kind to write a beautiful foreword, which you just read a little bit to you. Plastic was a beautiful invention, and in the 50s, yeah, it was a beautiful invention, and there was so much more possible because of plastic. But can you imagine in such a short time, from being just enthusiastic over the products that has become like a real life threat to all the sea life, and of course also to our lives. It's amazing that it went so super fast. Probably they're gonna call this age the plastic age later on, because I don't know. It is a whole. It is such an emotional thing. Sometimes people ask me, how can you stay positive? And I think I really believe in that you and I can change our way every day. So if you didn't manage today, you can start again tomorrow. It is kind of easy to get rid of your daily groceries you do. You can get on the market when you just bring your basket or something and fill your basket with all veggies without plastic. You can change the whole look of your bathroom and just start using soap bars to wash your hair, to scrub everything you have. Even you can use soap or oil bars to moisturize your skin. So if you're going to do that, you will see you will have a whole empty bathroom. But back to the book. And there I can flip through like that. The ugly truth, on panic wrapped in wonder. I started filling my pockets with trash instead of treasure, and that's what it was. This is one of the earlier works, and you see everything is like leaning against each other. So this is one of those examples when I took the picture and just seconds later, the whole composition fell apart because when it stopped standing down, the shapes, the shadows, everything disappeared. Like also with the left one that is called Shark Attack. I think it's interesting. The light just catches that little side of that sharp piece of plastic. Sometimes people ask me, don't you miss it to make portraits of people and have that interaction? And that is so strange. I did that for so many years, making portraits. But I think that my bottles became my people. Like for this one, don't you think so? It is just two persons standing there. You see this. So making a book is something different than just putting together a portfolio. The good thing I think the publisher did, which I actually let him decide quite a lot about the selection. I made a really, really wide selection. And then, I just let them just play with it and just see what was coming out. And that was, of course, a bit scary because I always was used to make my own portfolios. And I knew really well, I thought, what I wanted to show. But in a book, it's different. You see, it is also a flow, which can be interesting, or a range of colors, which can be interesting. Repetition can be nice. For this one example, the right one, Safeguard, it's like, for me, it's like somebody is holding the other person, and that is a kind of touchy emotion feeling for me. And the left one I made, I think 2 years later, but now they're put together in the book, and that tells that story of color really well. Water lilies, there are two versions. This one is a little bit better visible, maybe. This and here, you can see it as well. So I was walking down a little stream and I saw a bottle, soda bottle, upside down, floating with a little bit of content in it. So it was floating upside down, and I saw that the bottom of the bottle looked like a flowery shape. So that's interesting. So we started collecting bottles when we walked to the beach. So we didn't pick them up on the beach, and imagine there were like, we collected it for maybe a day or 3 or 4. And then we had already 70 bottles. So now, we with the whole idea going to the tidal pool, because that was the most easy and secure concerning dealing with the waves and all the currents and stuff, to make the project, the picture succeed. So we filled with the 3 of us all the bottles, one a little bit fuller than the other, but it didn't work at all. They were floating apart so quickly, and the next time we made little strings on the bottom, on the tops, so not on the bottom, on the tops of the bottles, which are upside down in the water, and that's made them stick together. And that is where this work, Water Lilies, is how I called it, appeared, and there it was. sometimes I get, there are so many people who are interested in the project. It can be people from the environmental side, it can be students, it can be from the design, interested people, also fashion magazines like This Is Vogue Singapore. They asked me to create a work inspired by the Vanda, and the Vanda is the purple orchids, and I made this work for them. So it is really beautiful, the contact I have with people around the world, and there are so many people who are feeling the same, who really want to change. You know, I have so strong the feeling that we all brought up as little working bees, and we are grown up to earn money and to make the system running and be consumers. And personally, I went from almost photographing products in their early life, like in the spotlights for advertising, for fashion, and now I photograph the work, the objects on the end of life. You know what I mean? So they're again in the spotlights, but now in the end of life, and it is. For me, it didn't came overnight. It is a process, and you become more extreme, more radical, step by step. And yeah, like, I don't know, at one point I didn't want to buy anything anymore. So everything has to be repaired in our household. I have a handy husband, so he's doing that for us. And clothes, I don't buy them either. So for the last, I think 8-9 years, I must admit I bought some underwear, and that's it. And I just get my new clothes, somebody's old clothes, which is so super nice. I also have the feeling sometimes if you want something, or are on the moment where you want to buy something for you, what really works is to rethink if you need it, and if that is still a little bit difficult, I can advise you just to try to sleep a little bit at nights over it, because you know, when you wake up in the morning, you probably don't want it anymore, and that is really something you can try. This piece is one of the earlier sculptures, which I glue them together, which is not really sustainable, but I tried to do it with beeswax, but that didn't work. I don't know if that is so nice for the bees either. So I glue them together, and this is one of the earlier works, and this reminds me with this bow of one of, I don't know, it could be like Victor and Rolf's flower bomb. So that's why it's called flower bomb. I work outside. I work in a bright sunlight, the hot sunlight, and I love to work with the shapes and the shadows, which you can see in these works. It's one of the really earlier works. And that's how it started. I remade this in my studio garden, but I made earlier some tests on the beach with the tops of bottles, like balancing on the straws. We made a selection. I made a selection of miniature sculptures, which you see one now here. This one is only like 11 centimeters. And this one and 4 other ones, so 5 in total sculptures. We're gonna sell a little bit later. They will come in beautiful glass cubes with a black platform, and this is kind of a dream come true for me. I'm so attached now to the 3D, to the making the sculptures, that it really overtake myself. When I start working on the sculptures, I almost feel like in a trance, in like a special zone, and I don't know, it feels like I'm making a puzzle which I don't know the outcome of, and my heartbeat start to change. And so often when I finish with it, I think, is this very ugly or is it beautiful? And after it's set in a house for a longer of time, then me and my husband get so attached to it that we actually never want to get rid of it or never want to give it to somebody else. This one is this is balancing by itself, and this is standing in our bedroom. This is a beautiful example of repetition, you see, and that's with the yellow and the pink, and later here with the blue and the almost that pinkish purple. I think that's so beautiful. Sometimes I follow the lights. I like the harsh sunlight, and sometimes I also looking more for an intimate, like a darker light. And this is an example of that. The sun has gone down. In the kitchen there is a white table and a white wall, a little bit old. And I put down there petal, that's this sculpture called. It is made of bottles, a piece of a branch. And there I found on the beach plastic rose petals, which people use to, maybe to celebrate something or ask somebody to marry him or so. And they found it's like romantic to do and leave them behind. And so the setup was there. There was almost no lights, and the exposure time of this one was more than a minute. I think maybe a minute or two, which give that like this almost dirty light. Maybe for some of the people who are listening or photographers will recognize that. I'm inspired by the 17th century artists, and I photographed many of my sculpture not only in a pastel or a colorful background, but also against the black backgrounds, like here. This one is called A Faded Past, and I think that breathes out that whole feeling of this work. Sometimes I feel that the pictures with the black backgrounds, especially, are the vanitas of the 21st century, with the subjects from the 21st century. This piece is made of coral and pieces of plastic, fabric. Find a lot of fabric, and here we are with the cover. So there was a time when we were in Cape Town here, I think it's 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and we had a big problem with drinking water, and it was like the 1st of April was sentenced to be like the last day the water will come out of the tap, and people start collecting. So did we. Large bottles, which you can use to go to the natural springs to collect water. And when you are often in Africa, then, well, even South Africa, and especially where we live, is quite well and still quite rich, but there are a lot of things that are not certain, not secure, like clean drinking water, like electricity. We have a lot of electricity shortage as well. And I think as a product from grown up in Holland, and we secure so many things of safety, personal safety, and everything you take for granted in Holland. You see when you start spending time abroad that it might not be so logical that it's all there. Repetition again. The left one is really certainly an example of one of the super brittle bottles. And yeah, this is one of the pieces I could not keep. So after the photograph, it ended up in the box with the tiniest pieces I have. So this one is called Black Friday, and I find so many pieces of whole actually plastic bags in the ocean or on the beaches, and I found it relevant to show this on my Instagram page at Black Friday, when people do so many shoppings. Not maybe to think of it quickly, but cigarette butts are also partly made of plastic. And I collected a whole bag with my interns of nice job for them of cigarette butts, and I stick them on takaboshi on a bronze piece and make like almost a little bush or a little tree out of it. I called it Oxygen. And the left one, that is a piece which is almost like a bonsai tree, right? So you see a little bronze with all tiny pieces of plastic glued on it. And when I was making that on the table outside, I was so super happy because one of the robins came sit next to me and I thought, I don't know, looking what I did, but silly me, he was just looking at the little pieces, and it was my worst nightmare. He picked one up and he swallowed it right in front of me. And I was like, no, it was like the most terrible thing. I thought, okay, yeah, I felt really guilty. So this one is called Lotus, and I don't know, can I go back to my normal screen? Let me see, stop share maybe. One is called Lotus, and I'm going to show you now here. And this is a little bit the size of the, you see, of the sculptures I make. They're like that size. Can you see it? Okay, so well, that's it, and I want to thank Philip. I want to thank Lee for letting me explain about the work, and I wish you all a good evening.
Tirza, that is the most big trip we went through Plastic Land ever. What people maybe don't know is that you are living in South Africa, in Cape Town, so that the beaches in question are there. They're more exotic than the Dutch beaches, as you know.
Yeah, they are.
You know, many of my Dutch friends live outside Holland, as is the next speaker. So Tirza, thanks so much. We are having such a wonderful day. So this keeps adding up all these emotions. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Lee. Bye-bye.
Bye. And can you stop your video so we can have the next one? Tirza? Oh, she is stopped, but we don't see Barbara. Okay, so
is here. She's online.
Okay, so the last but not least book is about the Netherlands, but seen from a point of view of the Americas, because it's Barbara de Vries, who is originally from Holland, but she lives for a very, very long time of her life I think she left home at 18 or even earlier. She was a model, and so she had to travel the world. And she made a book about homecoming. It's an English book, which hopefully will be translated in Dutch at one point. She made a journey back to her country to meet amazing creators and architects and designers and lifestylers and people who gave a very new meaning to what it is to live and work, be with children in nature. And so she crafted that in this wonderful book, which was photographed and written by her. And so this is going to be our last event. And we are super happy to share a bit of the Netherlands, you know, the sort of the intimacy of the Netherlands with you through the eye of my friend Barbara de Vries. And she's also our ambassador for the United States. Thank you, Barbara, and welcome. I heard you are online already almost the whole day. So you have been
yes,
in and out.
Yeah.
The last one was so distracting for me because it's kind of like what I've been doing, and this is a new project. So I'm coming into this thinking about, you know, all the plastic stuff, and I'm even wearing in celebration of Thursday my beach plastic earrings, and half my studio behind me is my beach plastic studio, and then that's more of the writing studio. So it's interesting. It's like, you know, I feel right at home.
There's a lot of common, very radical thoughts today, so that's very nice.
Yeah, really fabulous.
So give us your insights.
I can start.
Yes.
Should I start? I just go right into it by sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Full here. Are you getting the full screen?
We don't see anything, Barbara. You need to share again.
I've shared my screen, so what are you getting?
We just see you.
What?
We just see you. We don't see your screen.
Oh, how's that possible? I don't know what to do in that case. I'm sharing the screen from the internet. How come you can't see that?
So maybe escape first, that way you're not in full screen of your Zoom.
Okay.
And then open your presentation so that it's open on your laptop.
Hang on, yeah, okay, here.
Yeah, now we can see.
Now you have my screen, okay.
Yeah, but it's only white, so.
How about this? You got the book cover now?
No, so first open your presentation. So
oh, hang on. No, hang on. Your screen sharing is paused. What do I do? Resume share. Okay, here we go again. Oh God, this is complicated.
So first, escape from the sharing. So stop sharing.
Yeah, well, you've gone completely now. Wait. Where am I at? Okay, there you are.
So escape.
No, I have stopped sharing the screen.
Yeah, and so now open your presentation first.
My presentation is online, but I'm assuming that the girl who was before me also was doing it that way. Okay, let me try something else.
Open the internet page and have it ready on your
share. Okay, I'm going here.
Yeah, but before pressing share, you have to select the screen that you want.
I know. Share screen at the bottom, which is green, right? I press that.
Yep. No, first you have to select your program on your screen.
So is the internet open to the right page underneath?
Yes.
Okay, and now after you press the green button, do you not see a little vignette of the internet screen first? Instead of the white screen, you press the second screen.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
there it is.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, now just do full screen.
All right.
Perfect.
Got it? Do you have it?
Perfect.
Yeah, we have it. Perfect.
Okay, good. All right, so I can start. All right. Well, that will throw you off. So this book I started making about 3 years ago. Where are we? Yeah, 3 years ago, when my daughters and I went to the Netherlands for my mother's birthday, and it's her 90th birthday party. And soon thereafter, they started going to college in the Netherlands. And as they went to college in the Netherlands, I started seeing the country more through their eyes and started putting together, through a lot of research, a group of houses and more people than houses that I thought would tell a story about the Netherlands that might be very inspiring and needed in the United States at that time. So that is 3 years ago. So politically, we had a slightly different landscape. A lot of people felt that they had to start showing different perspectives during that time. So, you know, in that way, it was a good time because we all started pushing back. So I went back to the Netherlands, saw all the houses, scouted all the houses, then went back again. And as I went back again to shoot, and I had my shoot schedule set up, my photographer let me know that he couldn't come with me. So I was kind of in a bind, but you know, that didn't stop me. I rented a good set of cameras and decided to do the shoot myself, which was probably kind of like one of those lucky accidents where the outcome is actually more personal because of it. And I got deeper into my subjects because I was really looking at their houses. I wasn't just visiting them and talking to them about it, but I was really, really looking at their houses. Then this book was supposed to come out 6 months ago. It just came out this month. It came out 6 months late because of COVID. So during COVID, my editor and I also had a lot of time to do more work on it, to really look at it. So I think with all this caring and all this kind of looking after this book and being into it, it became very polished, not in a bad sense, but just it got a lot of love and attention. This is what's called the end papers. So it just gives a feeling of what to expect inside the book. And they're also at the other end, which helps because most people pick up a book and flip it from back to front, which really annoys me, and I become quite bullyish when people do that. But that's how a lot of people initially look at a book. So I made the end papers the same so that at least the beginning is the same in both places. Come on. Why is it not doing anything? Could have had this up all day. I'm sorry, I'm going to just keep talking and hopefully it will load. So because we had the extra time, I also had time to embroider the entire alphabet, which you would see at this point because the titles of each chapter are in embroidered font. My daughter is a graphic designer, so she created the font for me. And I am also going to then, it skips to the next few pages and then it gets to the introduction, which I'm going to read to you. I'm just going to refresh my screen to see if that will help. Yeah, let's do this again. There we go. So there is the embroidered font that we made. I embroidered it, my daughter made it, a graphic tool. This is one of the houses, the quirky houses, and actually not a house, it's a boat. And it has a bathtub on the boat. This is my house, and what I found when I came back from my trip and seeing everybody was that, surprise, surprise, my own home was very, very similar in many Dutch ways as the homes that I'd been seeing and I'd been visiting. This is kind of to show you the similarity. This is my hallway, and this is Kiki and Joost's hallway. So I found that very comforting. Lidewij wrote a beautiful introduction and has spoken about how Dutch houses have a lot of staircases and how staircases are really important. Maybe I can just write a little section for that. What all these spaces have in common and what has been perfectly captured by Barbara's lens are the staircases of the different houses. Even the boat has cute steps to sit on. But why is the staircase so prominent in Dutch architecture? Could it be that the Dutch reach towards the sky because they endeavored to make the most of limited space, using cellars for preserving fruits, attics for ateliers, and barns for celebration? Sometimes redesigned, often restored, and even recycled, stairs and ladders share the same linear elevating principle, guiding the eye to higher goals, a tool for ascension to elevated awareness. So that's a lovely take on the Dutch stair, and she's right. That again is my house, and I'm now going to read you my introduction, which will tell you a little bit about me and about why I wrote the book. Our Dutch windmill, the molen, was my father's wedding gift to my mother. When he died, not long after the renovation of his dream home was complete, I complemented the scant memories I had of him with memories of all the summers spent at our molen. It was the place where I felt free to create my own universe while I imagined him there, my father architect, romantic, inventive, and hopeful, building a new world for my mother and me. Coming home is a peek inside the homes of 14 couples and individuals who live thoughtful, creative lives in reclaimed environments of their own making. I have tried to capture the meaning of gezellig, a unique word that is at the heart of being Dutch and almost impossible to describe in English. If it were a recipe, the ingredients would be equal parts of happy, cozy, fun, and belonging. I reconnected to being Dutch when Kiki and Leila, my twin daughters, started college in the Netherlands. The houses and lives featured on these pages are an evolution of where I left off when I moved from Amsterdam to London to study fashion design. To me, these homes and lives characterize the best of Dutch living. Without going deep into our national history, it's fair to say that we are a single-minded, outspoken, righteous, and practical people who constantly contradict themselves by being cozy, cute, open-minded, and irreverent. We even bewilder ourselves as we defend Dutch traditions while rebelling against them at the same time, a trait that was drilled into us by our parents with the old Dutch adage, "Oh, please do act normal. When you act normal, you're crazy enough." This kind of crazy can be found in the homes and lives featured here, from a chair wearing a jacket and baby lambs leaping around a historic house, to an outdoor bathtub on a barge and a chandelier made from Chinese soup spoons. Converted Dutch buildings like farms, barns, and garages may look conventional from the outside, but often embody complete anarchy on the inside, the good kind of anarchy, where the rules are challenged to find new, more sustainable ways of living. The homes in this book have been transformed into laboratories for modern lives. Most of the people work from home, which was further encouraged by the COVID-19 pandemic. Many admitted that the lockdowns didn't really impact the way they lived, but it did make them more creative and productive as they explored the new normal. In this small, overpopulated country, the effects of overconsumption, waste, and carbon footprint are on everyone's mind and inspire reusing and recycling materials rather than buying new. For instance, Rolf Bugging, see Waste Nothing on the pages 1797-89, bought 2 adjacent buildings, a historic coach house and an abandoned barracks from the 1950s. He demolished the barrack and used all its salvage to create the interior of the coach house. While the Dutch are notoriously money-conscious and thrifty, another contradiction lies in their natural sense of social justice. Those who think that capitalism and socialism cannot coexist need to look no further than the Netherlands, where altruism is as normal as riding a bike. There are no medals bestowed or red carpets rolled out for those who give back. In fact, public displays of virtue signaling are perceived as an embarrassment of riches. I too contradict my Dutch self by making this book. At age 18, I saw a bright future everywhere but in the Netherlands, and after I left Amsterdam, I did not look back. Instead, I lived in Paris and Australia before settling in London to study fashion design. I'd made my own clothes since I was 12, then made clothes for my friends, and eventually sold them at all local boutiques before I even graduated from high school. When I came across the work of French-Japanese designer Kenzo, I realized that being a fashion designer could actually be a career, one that happened in places like Paris, London, and Milan. I entered that world as a fashion model, earning the tuition I needed for studying in London. Along the way, I shaped my life with friends, boyfriends, homes, and eventually my own fashion company in London. In the late 1980s, I moved to New York, where I became director of design at Calvin Klein and created the CK collections. I got married, had 3 daughters, built 2 country homes, started more design companies, and was never homesick once. Only when I moved to Miami in 2009 did I begin to relate to the new wave of cutting-edge designers from the Netherlands, who were showcased at Art Basel Design Miami. Around the same time, the Dutch consulate featured my work with recycled beach plastic pollution in some of their presentations. They gave me an award for my contribution to the environment, and I worked with them on local education programs. Once again, I was speaking my native language daily. It took living in Florida for 9 years to make me feel Dutch again. My twins were in their final year of high school when we visited Amsterdam to celebrate my mother's 90th birthday. When they began fantasizing about studying in the Netherlands, I started seeing my birth country through their eyes. It was cozy, it was small, it felt safe. Teenagers seemed independent as they rode their bikes everywhere. My mother was funny and their home gezellig, and they discovered that they had an extended family of aunts, uncles, and several cute cousins their own age. A few months later, we drove around the Netherlands visiting colleges. We reveled in the landscape, from quaint villages and historic inner cities to fields of tulips and modern wind turbines. We rented bicycles, drank endless mint teas, ate poffertjes, fries with mayo, and I made them try raw herring and Indonesian food. I showed them where I used to live, went to school, had my first kiss, and bought my fabrics. I taught them how to use the bike paths, trains, and trams, and how to say dankjewel, gezellig, and lekker. Not only did I see Dutch life in the 21st century through my daughter's eyes, but I also relived my own childhood. In a sense, I came home. So that's what motivated the book. And then I have some more photographs of my own homes, actually. This is where I live right now, the top 3. And then this one is where, to the far right, is where this was the first place we built in the country. My studio is in the lower left. This is where I'm sitting right now. This is me on location, shooting one of the houses. And this is the windmill that I spoke about, which was my father's wedding gift to my mother. And this is a very tiny me in the picture. And this is some art made by one of my daughters. So, and this is our living room. So now I didn't finish, okay. So my father was an architect who, after the devastation of World War II, specialized in social housing, and my mother was a photographer. Consequently, I became a very visual person, and I treated fashion design as architecture for the body. My early collections were inspired by London street style of the 1980s. And when I joined Calvin Klein in 1990, a professional young New Yorkers became a source of inspiration. When we moved to Miami, I took a break from fashion. Instead, Alistair, my husband, and I began publishing illustrated books, and I returned to the heritage of photography and architecture. Life came full circle when I realized that the way we live in the United States was not so different from the lives and homes in this book. Our Pennsylvania homestead, a 1790 farmhouse that I bought soon after coming to New York, is very gezellig. We too mix the old, new, and quirky found objects with heirlooms, art, and lots of books. We make art, grow food, and live thoughtfully in nature. As our family expanded, we built a modern edition, and we run the publishing company from our studios here. Our lives are an open book as we share our home with family, friends, colleagues, and neighbors. And I'm grateful for the Dutch spirit of having nothing to hide. The ease with which Dutch people reveal their lives is perhaps best expressed by the absence of curtains in most Dutch homes. As a child, peeking into the homes in my neighborhood inspired dreams of my future. There was one place where a black cat always stared back at me from a simple white room with only a sewing machine on the dining table and a tailor's dummy in the corner. At home, our large living kitchen was level with the street. It had 3 big windows with deep window sills where the milkman left our milk and yogurt. Neighbors would walk by and wave at us. Sometimes my mother would open the window and chat with a passing friend. My sister and I would play right outside, our mom watching as she cooked. For us, the lack of curtains meant a sense of connection to our neighborhood until a flasher was seen roaming our street and the vintage red striped curtains came out of storage. For several months, we hid from the outside world. and that was cozy too. So this thing of not having curtains is kind of a little bit how I did the book. Like we're looking inside people's homes, a little bit like voyeurs. So I'm not the kind of bookmaker, stylist, photographer who goes in and rearranges everything to create the perfect setup or scene. I like coming in and maybe tidying up a little bit, not to embarrass anyone, but very much leaving it the way people live there, as if you're looking through the curtains. This house is the house of Matt and Ina, and they live in Friesland, and they bought an old farm. And the theme really throughout the book is buying all these old historic homes that had a previous life with a completely different function, and then taking the form of your life and creating a new function within these spaces. So it's very much a personal expression of these people's lives and professions. Matt and Ina are designers, but they design everything from entire products to interior spaces, and they've done hotels, they've done stores, and they've done entire brands as well. And what struck me most about them, and it was one of the very first houses I photographed, was the way their farm is sat in the landscape in a very Dutch way. It is a very broad, wide open, flat, very flat, like as flat as the Zuiderzee and the North Sea, which are both, they're both surrounded by. And the ground really, you can see that, you know, at some point it was either sea or it was swamp. It is that flat. And therefore the horizons are endless. And dotted with the modern windmills. Matt and Ina are, like a lot of people, very close to their community. And what I loved about them is that they did this one particular project with children. And I'm going to just read the paragraph that talks about that. We have a group of local kids who come and make art with us, Ina says. Matt goes on to show me how they created a new font that was painted by their studio babies, the children of friends and neighbors. We covered the wall with a large sheet of white paper and gave them paint rollers and black paint, Matt says. Then they painted the entire alphabet. They used these letters for the branding of Pickle de Winkel, a no waste food concept, on everything from jars, bottles, the flyers to the store window and website. So they worked with the local community to create a font. So it's very much, again, this feeling of community and private lives are almost running into each other and are one. And I found that a very particular Dutch thing that could be an inspiration really to anyone everywhere. I mean, it could even be an inspiration to Dutch people, but it really, I found that very comforting. And the last paragraph of this book tells about the man who lived in their house before. He's called Siep. Siep, the original farmer of all the land that surrounds them, had retired to this cottage after his family moved away. Lore has it that on weekends, old Siep would sit at the end of his driveway and sell his potatoes to anyone who passed by. And that's literally in that little picture at the bottom, that's where he would sit. Apparently he didn't need to do it to make money. He did it to stay in touch with the locals who'd stop by and chat and buy his produce. And then Matt says, we now try to come up with similar ideas that keep us equally connected to the community. So that's kind of the inspiration point of this chapter, is this sense of staying connected to people around you and your community and your neighbors. And this is the rest of their beautiful home, very quirky little ideas of decorating. Beautiful kitchen. And this is one of my favorite spreads because the how to avoid everything is nicely counterbalanced with Ina and making her bed, not avoiding making her bed. And their outdoors is very romantic. It's a very romantic place. So this is Laura, and Laura lives on a boat, a ship in the A harbor with her husband, John Hanema. She bought this boat, this mooring, but a smaller boat, very early on. She bought it when she was 20, and that came with the mooring on Borneo Island, which are the quays where Dutch ocean liners used to be docked. She says the owner, the previous owner, didn't like living there. It was kind of rough with salvage everywhere. But for Laura, then an art student at the Rietveld Academy, the abandoned oil drums, rusting anchors, bollards, and cleats were a source of inspiration. And for her graduate show, she collected the empty drums and canisters and cast their shapes in pastel-colored porcelain. I think all of you probably have seen these pieces. My teachers thought I was too wild, she laughs, but my vases ended up being published everywhere. So she's great. She's somebody that is inspired by reusing and recycling the everyday things around her, which started with obviously the oil drums. And there's some of those pictures, like the vase here is something she cast, I think, and then she uses this kind of lot of stuff from her ship. Also, she likes to use and uses as inspiration. This is the living room, which is full of her small quirky gestures. Her husband is John Hannema, who owns the Rijk of the Keizer, and also at the Rijk of the Keizer you can find her small design gestures in many places. Here are children who are very much part of her inspiration and her life. And her brother actually designed the interior of the ship. So I particularly like this little sea salt stand, which is an oyster from the restaurant and the foot of a broken glass. And she made a whole series of these in the restaurant, and they're like little salt dishes on the tables. This is a good example of how she reuses an element and puts different elements together. She also works with villagers in Africa to create jewelry for a brand called Return to Sender, which I think in Netherlands is quite well known. Their bathroom, bedroom. And then this is the next house. Now this is one of my favorite houses because architecturally and design-wise, it tries to break all the rules or at least challenge all the rules. The home itself could be anything from a barn or a windmill, or, you know, it's a very kind of familiar Dutch shape, but they've worked with all the possibilities of what they were creating. They're both architects. Maarten is a traditional architect, and Yeti is an artist, and she's really the one that pushes for big change. We're changing traditional ideas. And the fact that they even managed to get 12 tree trunks, huge tree trunks, to hold up and be structural within this building is really a feat of engineering and design. And the fact that they have matting on the ceiling and concrete on the floor is kind of also turning everything a little bit upside down. When the space was completely empty and they didn't quite know how they were going to live in it and how they were going to put the furniture in it, they camped there in the middle of the winter in a snowstorm. They just brought tables and blow-up beds and lots of wine and cheese, and they just spent 24 hours there to see how the space felt. And I really like that idea also. And that's how they ended up in the back here. Looks like the living room, but actually it would be in this kind of space, but it is actually their bedroom because it's just the two of them. And she said it was the nicest space in the house, and that's where we wanted to sleep and wake up, specifically wake up. This is a staircase going up with a bathroom underneath, which is a nice way to use space. This is how it sits in the dunes. So it sits on the Bergen beach in the dunes, and actually a nature preserve, a dune nature preserve. So it's very beautifully situated. The upstairs became a kind of workspace, but they've changed it all the time too. As they live in it, they change how they use the spaces. And this is what I love so much, because it looks like this is where the sofas, and they've kind of created a bed that looks like two twin sofas kind of pushed together. But it is in fact, and Yeti designed this, it is in fact her bed. Yeah, here you see it again. So this is a space I love a lot. It also happens to be in Bergen, which is where our windmill was. This is Elsa and Jeroen. Elsa and Jeroen were very early on a big inspiration to making the book. I followed her on Instagram, and they adopt or foster baby lambs, bottle lambs, every spring. Those are the lambs that are rejected by their mother sheep, and they need looking after. So they have them in the house. They race around the house, and they're allowed basically everywhere. The home itself, they bought from Jeroen's mother, who moved to the countryside. Jeroen grew up in this house. And when he was 15 years old, he noticed that there was a staircase. Yeah, these are cute, these little socks to stop a scraping sound on the stone. He noticed that there was a staircase in the house, which I'm now looking for. This is part of that staircase, upper left, right here. That was hidden, and they put a modern stair in. And he was fascinated by the old one, what it would have been. And his mum said, well, why don't you build a little model? So he built this tiny little model of it, and then went on to build the whole staircase. He was 15, and it was a beautiful, perfect example of a redone historic stairwell. So he got in the local papers and everything else. And ever since then, and he's now in his 40s, he's been building or rebuilding spiral staircases throughout the Netherlands. And he obviously builds other things too. He's built this beautiful, it's not a bedstee, but it's based on the traditional Dutch bedstee, but it's a bathstee. And this is the stairwell that he built in the hallway of their house. And this is a very Dutch page. And everywhere in his house sit models of little stairwells. And Elsa, I think I want to read the last bit of the story that tells you about Elsa. Elsa, who has a degree in social anthropology, became more aware of her buying habits after she worked in Pakistan and witnessed intense poverty and child labor firsthand. Now she only buys secondhand clothing and has rekindled the craft of mending. A beautiful repair is like creating a new layer of life, she says, as she shows me artful patches on worn-out jeans, rewoven fabric on a sofa that was attacked by the cat, repaired lace that was nibbled by lambs, and colorful embroideries on sweaters and socks. Every March, just before lambing season begins, she participates in Mend March, an Instagram community that shares creative mending ideas and encourages a more sustainable approach to fashion. I only ever buy what I truly love, Elsa says. Once it's mine, I want to keep it with me for a very long time. And I think that's a beautiful spirit to have around what we own, keeping it with us and loving it. Okay, so going on to the next house. This is the house of Claudie Jongstra, which everybody's probably pretty familiar with. It's interesting because you're not quite sure where she lives, because her life and her work are so integrated and there's so many people around her all the time that I feel that she has places where she sleeps, but everything else is just a live workspace, like to the max. That little bedroom is the bedroom of an intern, and the whole house and compound feels like that. And what's most commendable and maybe less known about Claudie is that she is incredibly involved in her local community, and everybody in the community participates in the harvest. And at the same time, she has a program. She breaks bread every Wednesday, and people can come and buy it. She has a program for disabled children, challenged children in one of the barns. It is an art program that people from all over come to. So she's really not just her art and the way she creates her fibers and grows everything and dyes everything herself, but the way she shares. It's just organically shares her life and her work with her immediate surroundings is I find very inspiring. This is Petra's house. I'm going to take you through it. I think Petra really explained well what their life and their work is all about earlier today. And I'm probably running out of time, so I'm going to just show you their beautiful home, which used to be an old garage car repair shop. It's huge. And very open and just endless treasure, room after room, treasure after treasure. Piet Hein, this beautiful wall recycled. Again, it's the feeling of reusing, recycling, collecting, and not buying too much new stuff. Petra will probably laugh because we added that fire to the fireplace. My daughter did. So yeah, more. The outside is beautiful. This is a good view of how the natural light was used at the time to repair the cars there. This is Valentin, who lives in a tiny little workers' cottage on the Maas and has just fixed up an enormous, the first concrete building in Maastricht, where he has his studios. He is a furniture designer that is not well known within the Netherlands and certainly not in the Eindhoven group. He's internationally very well known. He is very much into horticulture. His inspiration is generally very organic. The shape of his product is all rounded corners. When he bought this very basic little house, he rounded every corner, plastered it like a little bit like a Greek home. He at his new place, he even built a hortus. And again, at the new place, he's incredibly community-minded. And he is originally from Germany, and he speaks German and Dutch and English almost all at the same time. And his house is kind of an oasis, and he's created it as an oasis. His workspace is the opposite. I mean, I always feel that this space is a very feminine space, and where he lives with his wife and his child, and the workspace is incredibly masculine with guys in visors and heavyweight welding equipment and all that. His pieces go for $60,000-$70,000 each, and there's waiting lists of like 6 to 12 months. So he does very, very well. And his father built this fake colder for him when he was a child. And this is Helma. Helma is in Amsterdam. The space she's in, you wouldn't know it, but it used to be just sheetrock, bare space. And her and her husband love picking stuff up out of dumpsters, things that are left by the garbage. We all know how in Amsterdam there are special places where you can either pick where it gets picked up, or you can pick it up if it takes your fancy. And they built their whole house. This whole room was not there when they got this home. It is all recycled materials. None of it is new. Her husband is a carpenter, and he rebuilt this, or he created this entire space with rebuilt materials. And then Helma is the collector. As you can see, she loves buying individual things and then creating one object out of them. So there are I have a better picture of this further along. But the curtains are made from her collection of ladies' silk scarves. And she's also a chef and has written a book. And she makes these poofs out of woolen blankets. These were windows that were brought in by a friend who knew that were in the attic somewhere. And this is more of that wonderful room. She has a collection of French ashtrays on that wall. She baked me a bundt cake when I came. And yeah, this is a good example of her collection of small Persian carpets, the pages that the dark brown cafes used to have on the tables. I don't know how many there are left that have that, but she bought them all up and made them into one large carpet, which is so awesome and so inspiring. Here you can see it again. And then this is the poof made of the blankets, and these are the labels that were on the blankets, and she put all those together in a quilt. This is one mirror made out of a lot of tiny mirrors, again, using the idea of multiple collections can make one large object. And this is the chandelier made out of her collection of Chinese soup spoons. This home is in Hembrugge, which is an old arms and arms factory and warehouse. Right near Amsterdam. Nobody ever knew it was there. Super dangerous, I would have thought. And they finally decided to repurpose that whole place. So they didn't knock it down and put nice new sky rises on it, but they actually just refurbished all the buildings and then sold them to artists and other creative professions like designers. And there's a staging company there. And This is Chimke's property. Chimke bought a whole building and is a designer of furniture, industrial designer. She makes lamps that are dampen sound, and this is one of her very quirky, very Dutch designs, I feel. I mean, that sense of humor, that kind of something is what it is, but it is also something else, and it's out of scale, and it evokes kind of, you know, just a kind of a hey moment when you look at it. I think Dutch designers love that kind of thing. So her space, she kept it very raw. This is the whole building that she owns, and she is she's very inspired and works very well within that space. This is a rather traditional home, probably the most traditional home in the book. But what I liked about Lisbeth and Marco is how they just used very simple, authentic styling for the house. And then Lisbeth, at one point, this is Lisbeth, became, after her kids had left, became rather depressed and started painting and connected with a part of herself that she didn't know she had. And that's what I like about this house, that it is very much an expression of Lisbeth's love for creating tableaus in her house. Everything is perfectly organized, and then she goes and paints it. So the perfectly organizing aspect was really her former self. She always loved doing it, and fixing up the house was part of that. But then later in life, she realized that there was a second stage to that creating environments and making them look beautiful. And she started painting those tableaus. So like this is just a painting of what's underneath it. I don't have them all here, particularly like this, where the painting, you're not quite sure what you're looking at. And you feel that a lot. And then this is kind of, I mean, this is a close-up, but it sits at the end of a lane. So you see it in the distance and wonder what that cow is doing there. So she's very interesting. And then even this, you know, this could be one of her paintings. It's very integrated, and she found herself, her true calling later in life. This is a house I was talking about earlier, which is the old coach house that then had a barracks next to it, and Rolf knocked down the entire barracks and decided to use all the materials that came from the barracks for the interior, creating their home inside the old coach house, the historic coach house. So you can see kind of all these elements are recycled. It's you know, Piet and Eek has obviously also worked a lot with these kinds of windows, which are very Dutch, very 50s Dutch. But he also used the old radiators that were all around these windows in the old building, on the old barracks, and made a beautiful pattern out of it. This is all wood in the back here that is used horizontally instead of flat rather than face out. And the table he calls his sample card. It's what all the leftover materials, the legs he made the table legs from. He also likes using old books, and he uses a lot of existing materials and makes something else out of it. Cups, plastic cups. This is one of those feeding things for cattle. This is beautiful for the three structures. This is that aluminum that they use for lowered ceilings to put the ceiling tiles against. And then this is all recycled wood and the kind of a cardboard as well. And this is a huge glass pane, so it almost feels like you're sitting in the garden. Laura here, this picture was important for me. Because we see them, right? I mean, they're everywhere, all over the Netherlands. You see mothers with at least 2 children on their bikes, if not sometimes they're towing another 4 behind them. I mean, I think I've seen up to 10 children sharing the use of one bike and getting around that way. And that's how Dutch children live, right? They're born and they get on a bicycle when they are, 2, 3, 4 years old. I mean, their life is from the perspective of the bicycle. And I think the Dutch psyche is in some way shaped by their life on the bicycle, because children have a sense of independence very early on. They start riding their first bike when they're 3. They start going to school on their bike when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, depending on where the school is. And by the time they're teenagers, they're fully independent. Their weekends are their own. They go hop on their bike. They see their friends. They go to parties. They don't have to wait for their parents to drive them around. My daughters were in the back of my car till they were 18 years old. So that sense of independence, I think, creates this sense of we can do anything. in the Dutch, and have a great sense of autonomy in the way they look at things and the way they live. So this home is a restored a station, and it's two old. It's the old with the new. So the new runs right through the old. And in the last photograph, you'll see how he's done it. And the light is beautiful. Jeroen is a designer, and Laura, his wife, works with him and does the kind of sales and PR. And they have 3 children. And again, the children are very integrated in their daily lives. And there you have it. It's like the railroad tracks run right through the station. Next house is, this is a tiny house, which by Dutch standards, I don't think it's a tiny house, but by American standards, it is a tiny house. Leah is an artist. She's an art teacher in Amsterdam and wanted a studio in the countryside where she could do her sculpture. And what she found was that with her budget, all she could get were these really kind of like workers' burgerhouses, we call them, which are like very basic, like, you know, houses with a front room, a back room, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom. And in those homes, there was no opportunity to be creative, to really have a studio. And then she learned about these indigo houses. They're called by woon pioneers, which means living pioneers. And realized that with her budget, if she bought a nice little piece of land, she could actually afford to build one of those and have her studio and her living space taken care of and not have much other frills. So it's a very basic structure of the living room here. Upstairs is her bedroom, nice open space. And in the front room is her studio. And she had recently moved in when I photographed her. The stairwell, every stair is a drawer. So it's a beautiful use of space. And this is her bedroom with a wonderful view to nature. She really is like right in the middle of nature. And that's what came up earlier today as well. I mean, the Dutch love nature and they love living in nature and being in nature. And even when you're in the city, there is a lot of nature. At the same time, nature in the Netherlands is hardly the kind of nature the way we experience it. In America, I think in the Netherlands, every piece of nature, land, earth, has been touched, if not created, by the Dutch. I mean, I don't know what percentage, I think it's like 40% of the Netherlands or something like that, is used to be underwater and is reclaimed land. So there's a sense that you are in control of your immediate environment and of nature at all times. So you can really, again, do whatever it is you want because you're the boss. This is your land. It's inherent. In the United States, you can't be in nature that way because there are still, I mean, we have out here, we had a rattlesnake in our garden last summer. We have bears, we have, you know, it's still very much a separation between how we live and a certain respect for nature because it is untouched and it's wild. And I think that shapes character. Also, the fact that we have so much space here, whereas the Dutch have limited space, again, creates very different ways of living and very different kinds of personalities. And there's the drawer in the stairwell, and then under the stair is the shower. And it's a little glowworm at night. And then this, everybody knows this house in Eindhoven. This is Kiki and Joost's house, which I ended with because it's just so superbly beautiful. So when people do the flicking and look at the book from the back, they see this first. Kiki and Joost are immensely creative and this is a house that they found when it was completely derelict. All that was left standing before they started building with the walls and everything inside they created. And then they went on to build another beautiful studio not far away where they have, they make all their amazing, they're product designers, industrial designers, and they build everything and anything. in a super inspired way. I think the way they live inspires the things they make. So again, it might not happen in this space, but I think the thought process very much happens by living in this space. And a lot of what's in this home has been designed by both of them or their friends. I mean, they like giving their work and then getting their work. So it's also a combination, kind of museum of all the work of their friends as well. There's just a quote I want to end with by Kiki that I thought was rather beautiful and probably quite inspiring. When I contacted the couple after the lockdown, Kiki wrote, "Actually, we've never had time for a real break before, like a kind of sabbatical. Of course, COVID is far from a blessing, but it has opened up new possibilities. As creators, designers, artists, we have it in us to come up with new solutions. This has been a time to rethink and be flexible. In a way, we've always lived like this, but now it's under a magnifying glass. This is reflected in our new work, which originated in the intimate home atmosphere during isolation and now manifests itself more freely than ever. We feel grateful for what we have." And I think feeling grateful for what we have is very much the mood of this book. And it's the mood that I think we all need to reach. We all need to end up in a state of just being grateful with what we have. We don't need more. It's all out there already. We don't need to buy more, to get more, we can work with what we have. If it's not interesting anymore, take it and make it more interesting. And that is what so many of these designers and these homes represent. It's an old home. You build a new space inside it, it becomes more interesting. And that is, I think, the new normal needs to include a lot of that way of thinking. This is the last page in the book. And I always like to say that this middle door opens up the pages of my next book. It's the door to my next book. And then we end up on this page. There are a few things I just want to end up with, which is that bookmaking and books itself are often said to be a dying industry, a dying object, something that is not going to exist in the future. And it is possible because books are financially unsustainable. They never make back, these kinds of books, they never make back what you put into them. I mean, I worked on them for 3 years, they're expensive to print. So it is a labor of love. And that labor of love is a language. And that language needs to be brought out there, but it's so much easier when you look at Instagram to get that fast image fix, right? And this is in a way an Instagram page, it's an image fix. But when you sit with a book like this and any of the other books you saw today, and you actually read what is also in the pictures, but there's more behind it, you slow down. And as you slow down and read these words, you give your brain an opportunity to come to conclusions that are not driven by need. They're not driven by, oh, I want that, or, oh, she has better skin than I have, or, oh, she's so much thinner, or, oh, he drives a cool car, or, oh, I have to get that watch, or, oh, his life is so wonderful, or her life is so wonderful, which is what the instant reaction most of us get when you look at Instagram. A book does the opposite. It slows you down and allows you to be inspired and to think about what it is you're reading. It's a different part of your brain. So support books, buy books for presents this Christmas, because it can't die. We have to keep books alive. And we who make books like Lee and all the other people today, we make books because we believe in books. We're in love with books and we make our money elsewhere. Sometimes it is because we're making books. Obviously, it's a part of who we are. But the book itself needs to survive and it needs to be supported. And I want to end with something a friend of mine who bought my book last week wrote to me this morning. She wrote, "The book has everything you suggest and more. I felt after closing it You are riding a wave of paring down for a new moment in terms of present crisis we are facing as a planet. People need to let go of consumer mentality, learn to appreciate what they have, and reuse is mantra for the future. You have a guidebook as well as a style book. Wishing this book wings to fly. So that was a wonderful thing to get, especially this morning before I had to do this presentation. I hope you're all still with me. It's such a blind thing to be doing.
Yes, we are with you.
I can't even find you.
A lot of people listening, although it's been a very long day, and you have a lot of people admiring and loving the journey. I think you really managed to show from inside how the Dutch mentality has shaped living and housing and interior design and so on. I think there's a lot of secrets to be found in these pages, which you have to go over quick, but if you go more slow, you would get a lot of ideas as well. It's a beautiful end of this day, which is filled with books. It was our first book club ever. And I think I'm so happy about it that we will do at least one book club a year, maybe from another country next year, another language. But it's a new way to invite speakers, just guided by what was published. And for us, it was a revelation, and it was very wonderful to add all the beautiful insights up one after the other. What was the most mentioned phrase is radical positioning, and I think that is something we can take away. And then there is beauty, which was also in Satish introduction, such an important world. So yes, with radical beauty, I think we are going to change this world. And as always, but even more so after this anniversary issue, I feel a lot of hope. And thank you everybody who listened. Please stay with us, become our friend, give feedback to us. Next time, send a link to at least 10 of your friends. We want to grow our audiences. It's urgent to reach out more people. So I'm counting on all of you to promote the World Hope Forum and to participate and to connect. And then we're in for a beautiful future. We will be with you in November, possibly, hopefully from Finland. And that will be a holiday surprise. So thank you, Barbara, for this wonderful talk. And
thank you very much.
Thank everybody for their efforts, and thank Ragna and her team for helping us out, and thanks Philip, and who coached many people online, and Petra, who made this program with me. So it was a very beautiful day. Thanks all of you. Have a very nice evening, or even day still in the United States, and see you very soon in a month. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody. Bye, Barbara.
Bye. Bye. Am I hanging out? Are you guys going?
Well, we're here, but we're going to read we're going first to read our remarks. We're going to say goodbye to everybody, and then we're going to have dinner. We're going to have Indonesian food.
Oh, yummy. Rijsttafel. Yummy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Can we?